Sure. Currently you start talking. Like to recommend the for 4 years I am working here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Executive Translator, represented by the Chief of School of Naval Engineering and Translation, State Translator, Fazli Muhammad Street. The Honorable Dr. Malia Ross, Chief Faculty, University of London, and Dr. Sophie Pirazzi, International Network Executive Director. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants, a very good morning and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh once again to each and every one of you in the room and also to the faculty via Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is singing the national anthem of Malaysia, known as Negara for USN song Nagaramu. You are kindly requested to stand up. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may have a seat. To begin the ceremony with blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, I would like to invite Mr. Abu Aswad Dari Shawal with Muhammad to lead the Dua recitation for Muslim and more silent for those from different religions.
must be the over my narrow man, we gather today to express gratitude on the greatest witness. In conjunction with this calendar program, we ask for your help and guidance. Dear Allah, can we give us strength and courage to face all these struggles and gain a wide range of knowledge? Can we bestow blessing, physical and spiritual health, fitness of mind, peace of mind, and eternal spirit? Oh, my Aziz, Ya Qahar, Ya Allah, give strength to our leaders and our participants to continue to serve all people, society, nation, and religion. Ya Allah, make our program the program that God blessing, everlasting peace, and prosperity of all time. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا إننا من الخاسرين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم ثم إلى يوم
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Mr. Shawwal, for the dua. Ladies and gentlemen, saya berusaha mencari makan bersama keiring diberikan minum. Selamat datang kami ucapkan ke USM Serba Indah ini. It's a great pleasure to welcome you in the Global University Building program on implementing authentic assessment for more effective and holistic learning outcomes in higher education. The course created by the student intended to standardize degree programs for three subject areas: civil engineering, medicine, and education, are known as European Recognition Mechanisms or RMs. This comparability, which is also applicable to other topic areas, allow for knowledge, programs, and degrees, encourages students' mobility, and strengthens the globalization of higher education in student engagement. Today's event is a significant milestone in our continuous efforts to enhance the quality of education in Malaysia as well as the country's growth. We are honored to have a distinguished group of individuals with us who have played a both role in shaping the landscape of higher education. Before we proceed, let us express our gratitude to the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia. Unfortunately, he could not be with us today, but he's represented by the Dean of the School of Civil Engineering, USA. Associate Professor Dr. Fazli Muhammad Nazri. Now, I would like to invite the Dean of School of Civil Engineering, University of Science Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Fazli Muhammad Nazri, to give his welcome speech. Please welcome, Doctor.
The Honorable, Dr. Maria Yarosh, Student Academy from University of Groningen. So can I take this? My pleasure. And the goal is to develop the from Asian University Network and Executive Directors, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, dedicated faculty members, and our various students. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all of you. I'm truly delighted to be here with you today to introduce some place that hold a special part university population. I myself already spent about 20 years in university since I joined USMC in 2001. Until 2012, I come back to serve the university in March, now almost 20 years in this university. So USM is not just a university. It's a dynamic community that fosters personal growth and a transformed life. At USM, our mission is deeply rooted in our commitment to nurturing the well-rounded, innovative, and resilient graduates who can navigate the ever-changing landscape of the world. We are dedicated to advancing knowledge, contributing to societal well-being through the solution teachings, cutting-edge research, and meaningful service. We're all about promoting the national unity and fostering a world-class innovation. Our vision is to be a global university with a heart. We aspire to be a leading institution that builds on the principle of the social responsibility, sustainability, and transformative education. It's not just about the creating graduates, it's about empowering the individuals to serve in the diverse and changing environment, making a positive impact on our world. USM thrives across three unique campuses, each with its own distinct personality. In Penang, you will find a School of Education Studies, piece that steeped in history and vibrancy and place to nature the future teacher. Meanwhile, the Penang campus in Nibutuba is the home to the thriving School of Civil Engineering, where the future engineers are born. And in Kelantan, our hub campus is the heartbeat of the medical education, nurturing the dreams of aspiring healthcare professionals. USMs celebrate the diversity in academic program. We offer a wide range of undergraduates and postgraduate program to cater to a multitude of interest and career aspirations. We take great pride in our work of the postgraduate program we offer, all designed to equip our students with the knowledge and skill that are needed to excel in the chosen field. Our academic community is a vibrant blend of undergraduate and postgraduate students contributing to the rich diversity of university life. USM is a symbol of academic excellence and integrity. We have achieved the certification of the Malaysian Qualification Agencies MQA, signifying our unwavering commitment to the maintaining the highest educational standards. Beyond our core academic offering, we are nurtured various professional programs that shape the next generation of experts, preparing them to make a significant impact in their respective fields. In today's interconnected world, academic mobility is the key to the holistic education. USM is proud to be part of the international mobility ecosystem of colleges and universities, IMCT, facilitating both inbound and outbound mobility programs. These initiatives are closely aligned with the goal of CALOHEA, the collaborative and applied learning in outcome-based higher education for Asian, promoting the mobility of students, faculties, and ideas for the across borders. These enriches the academic experience and broaden the horizons, fostering a global perspective among our students. In conclusion, University Science Malaysia is more than just an institution. It's a warm and thriving community that is passionate about the nurturing futures, leaders, thinkers, and innovators. As we embark on this educational journey together, guided by our mission and visions, we are excited to be part of our personal growth and success. So thank you to all for being here, and let's set forth on the exciting adventures of learning, growth, and achievement, and in hand to that. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Associate Professor IR Dr. Fazli Muhammad Najri, for sharing your wisdom and insight. Ladies and gentlemen, We are also privileged to have Dr. Martha Roche from the Sri Academy at the University of Rotterdam to deliver her speech. Without further ado, I got Dr. Maria Roche to give her speech. Please welcome.
Good morning. Mr. Dean, Dr. Choktis, ladies and gentlemen, researchers, academics, students, those on site and online. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today and to welcome you on behalf of the coordinator of the project, University of Groningen, on behalf of the European partners, and on behalf of the experts of the project. Some of them are present here today, but still, I would like to thank you for your attendance. I would like to thank you in advance for your active participation, contribution to the success of the event. And as I said, it's a great pleasure to be at USM because with USM we have been working for a long time. First with medicine and civil engineering, and now also with teacher education. And for me, it's the first time to be here, so I'm very much looking forward to discussions, learning more from you, and seeing how we can make it work and take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maria Roche, for the speech. Welcome here and your first time. Next, we are also honored to welcome Dr. Choktis Mirati, the Deputy Director of the Asian Muslim Network, AUN Universities. Please welcome Dr. Choktis.
Good morning. Good morning to 64 participants on site here and 103 participants online. First of all, on behalf of the ASEAN University Network, or the AUN, I'd like to express our appreciation to the Dean of the School of Civil Engineering, Professor Dr. Fazli Muhammad Nasri, representing the Honorable Vice Chancellor of USM. Also to Dr. Maria Yarosh from the Tuning Academy, University of Groningen. Our thanks also go to all the workshop moderators, and also our appreciation to the host university, the USM, and all the faculties from the medicine school, education school, and civil engineering school. Like also to thank our coordinators from USM, especially Professor Saifu here and Dr. Taxia also presented here. Also, really appreciate the participation and contribution from the team leaders in education led by Professor Hasri Jamil. And we cannot go without our appreciation to the international speakers here today, our experts from Europe, and also our expert from the ASEAN region. So, welcome everyone to this CALOHEA capacity building workshop. This is the 14th, the last in the series of the workshop. I'd like to congratulate the participating universities in this CALOHEA project for their successes in adapting and changing some aspects of their qualifications, management, and practices. From what we observe from the past intensive 1 year activities throughout the series of national workshop and meetings, we could see the evidence and sense of satisfaction in applying these mechanisms to your own study program or degree program. We have surpassed the stage whereby so much discussion or talks were on the things about framework, guidelines, rules, regulations, including university policies. We have all surpassed all those things. Right now, we can observe that we are very busy in implementing those recognition mechanisms to our degree programs. This atmosphere of changes, the joy of transformation, also reflects the current state of what is happening right now in the ASEAN University Network. Right now, ASEAN University Network is also, like your universities, also very busy in doing all those implementation. We have surpassed the stage that so much has been discussed on those framework things. Now we are very busy in implementing changes, such as what we have been doing in the internal quality assurance redesigning project. We also busy in preparing the new wave of the quality assurance at the institutional level. Right now, we are talking about creating more community of practitioners, more about workshops, hands-on workshop, more about those implementing things that really matter in transforming our higher education. I believe that is also the motto of USM, helping to transform higher education. I'd like to congratulate you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Solis, University for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before the start, we would like to invite Dr. Solis accompanied by Dr. Malysia to give a small gift and to talk congratulations to the team of school civil engineering, music science major, associate professor, and Dr. Fazli Mohammed Nasri. Thank you, Dr. Solis. And also got an appreciation from Associate Professor Dr. Fazli Mohammed Nasri to Dr. Solis Dirasti. And to Dr. Malysia. Thank you. Thank you for the talking translation of the Dr. Dr. Fazli Mohammed Nasri, Dr. Solis, and Dr. Malysia of health students. Before we delve into substantive discussions, We'd like to invite all of our Swedish guests and participants to join us for a group photo. This photo captures the collective spirits and collaborations that define our commitment to educational excellence. Maybe all of you can stand up if you take photos together. He's calm. Stop.
Back, right, this side. This side. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. We hope that from the photo we will make a immensely program ready. So let's make this program available on streaming experience for all. Enjoy the rest of the event. Kalau ada jalan pantas, jangan simpan di dalam hati. Kalau tinggalkan salah, jangan simpan di dalam hati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Right, highlight of the activity. So we are now entering the knowledge sharing session, which will be enlightening and insightful. Our first presentation focuses on the CALOHEA project overview in Southeast Asia and also the world. We also would like to welcome the participants who participate virtually because the session is conducted in hybrid mode through an online Zoom webinar. To start this session, I am delighted to introduce our first speaker, an esteemed expert from the Teaching Academy at the University of Groningen, Dr. Maria Laro. Dr. Maria Laro will share her expertise and insights into the CALOHEA project and its impact on the greater children in Southeast Asia and beyond. I would like to welcome Dr. Maria Laro for introducing our CALOHEA.
I can use this one. How can we go to the next one? Selection. So we have a Chinese one, we have Chinese stuff. Good morning once again. Thank you. I will try to give you a brief overview of the three recognition mechanisms and what we are doing in the project. As you have already heard, our main purpose is to contribute to the internationalization of higher education degrees. And there are many ways to do so. The way we have chosen is through focusing on recognition. Because if you want to internationalize, it's nice that at the end or in the middle of the process, what your students are learning is recognized by others in the region and globally. Here you can see the composition of the consortium, who we are, who is working on this project, and you can see that it's quite a large-scale project, at least if you are familiar with other projects funded by the European Commission under the Erasmus Plus program. We have 7 countries in the ASEAN region, we have 5 countries in the European Union, and as you have already heard, we work in subject areas. So we bring together academics from medicine, civil engineering, and teaching education to discuss these key issues and, as Dr. Chol just mentioned, to find ways to start implementing them, to go beyond discussion and really make them work. In Malaysia, we have 3 universities who participate in the project. They participate in all the 3 subject areas. Some participate in 2, and USM participates in all 3. And as was already mentioned this morning, we have 2 coordinators. So Dr. Taxia and Professor Saipul, who are coordinating our international teams in medicine and civil engineering. Okay, so for us, RMs are recognition mechanisms. So I now learned that the context of Malaysia, it has another meaning. Okay, so the first one has a long name, and it's about creation and use of regional subject-specific qualification and assessment reference frameworks. Those frameworks which will permit comparability, greater comparability of institutional programs and also periods of studies. The second one focuses on the student workload, something I think you might be used to calling student learning time. We call it student workload. And the third one is focusing on authentic assessment, on how we can actually assess whether our students achieve learning outcome, to what extent, how they are progressing. We also want, as a result of the project, we hope, and we are confident that we will achieve it, create and constitute the network, the ASEAN network of champions of internationalization. Those persons who are really equipped, inspired, empowered to take it forward, to make sure that these mechanisms are applied, disseminated, known, and adapted. So, putting it in simpler words, our first recognition mechanism is about agreeing on what the most valued aims are. What do we want our students to achieve? Where do we want them to get? What is valued at the level of the ASEAN region and as compared to the global picture? Our second question is about time. Well, how do we organize our student learning? Because we know that there is always something we see our students in the classroom, and there is something we don't see when our students learn beyond the contact hours. But both of these aspects are important if we're talking about recognition as an instrument or as a pathway towards internationalization. And the third one, if also put in simpler words, it's about, well, we can say quality control or ensuring that our students actually get there. Can we know if our students have achieved what we want them to achieve, and how can we find out? Starting with the first one, as we already have heard, what we do is within the OBE, outcomes-based education paradigm. So the first question when we want to design, redesign, internationalize, or promote recognition of any program is the question of the graduate profile. And here we have the context, because we are all preparing our graduates for a particular context. We have what we call a university strength or university brand, because you want everybody who studies at your university to have something particular which differentiates them from graduates of another university, even in the same subject area. But there is this third or core element, which in our project, in the tuning methodology in CALOHEA, we call a meta profile. So it's not a particular profile of the degree because every profile is different, but it's something which is common, which allows for recognition, which must be there for your graduates to be recognized as experts and specialists in the field in the way you're preparing them to work beyond your local or national context. And this meta profile was the core of our first recognition mechanism discussions. So we said, okay, what is this meta profile? What should we be striving to equip our students with for them to be recognized? In the previous project, we already had a consultation about the competence. So we had an idea, so a representation of this core. But now we said, okay, let us be more systematic and let us try to express it in the form of a table which will facilitate writing learning outcomes. So we divided the meta profile into key dimensions and sub-dimensions. And for each of them, we agreed, or let's say our experts in the three subject area agreed on what will be the descriptors for the responsibilities. What are we preparing our students for? What do we hope they can be able to assume, which kind of responsibility once they graduate? What skills they need in order to assume these responsibilities? And what knowledge they must acquire in order to make judgments which are required to put skills into practice and to assume the responsibilities. So we use the ASEAN Reference Qualification Framework Level 6 descriptors because we wanted to make sure that whatever we produce is really valid for the region. We also consulted the national qualifications frameworks and other regulatory documents because as you have noticed, the three subject areas we are looking in, the teacher education, the civil engineering and medicine are normally quite heavily regulated because every country has a clear idea about what they want these specialists to know and be able to do before they get a license, before they can practice. But we also challenged ourselves to think about the future. Can we think about what next generation teachers, next generation medical doctors and civil engineers will need to do? What kind of responsibilities they might be expected by the society to assume? So based on this, we prepared the frameworks and consulted them with academics beyond the project, with employers and with graduates. So what we are offering here has been validated in a number of discussions and is now ready to be applied. So this is in brief our first recognition mechanism. This meta profile expressed in terms of the descriptors which can be used to formulate program learning outcomes and course learning outcomes, and to make sure that whatever you aim for in your program is aligned with the regional standards, with the regional references, with what is varied in the ASEAN region and also globally. In terms of the topic of authentic assessment, which may be key for us in these 2 days, these tables, they also remind us that whatever knowledge we would like our students to acquire, or whatever skills we would like them to develop, they are there for some reason. It's not just knowledge for the reason of knowledge or skills for the reason of skills. It's because there is a bigger end. We would like our graduates to be able to assume certain responsibility, to play a certain role in society as professionals, as citizens. So we are always preparing them for some real world tasks. And this is why they need skills and this is why they need knowledge. Now, the time, the second line of the second recognition mechanism, the student workload, the student learning time. Why was this the focus? And this we asked ourselves, because we say, we're talking about recognition. Sometimes learning outcomes, they seem natural, okay, because we need to know what our students will achieve, but why the learning time? And here we have the idea of making things transparent, making things visible. If you want to recognize, you need to show the full picture. If you don't show the full picture, it's very, very difficult to be recognized because we can only guess what the others are doing and the others can only guess what we are doing. So we asked ourselves why, we asked ourselves how, what tools we can use. And then we also asked ourselves how to make sure that this goes beyond those who are in the project, to make sure it's not only individual academics or 2 or 3, 5 academics per program who are really paying attention to the student learning time, to the student workload, how to make sure that this becomes part of the institutional culture. And maybe here at USM or in Malaysia, this is something you have already achieved or not, we can discuss. But we know that in many countries in ASEAN and in the world, it is still a challenge. It might be there on paper, but it's not part of the culture. It's not something which is discussed between students and academics or among academics, and it's not something which is constantly revised and taken into account. So just to make sure that we are clear, when we speak about the student workload, we speak about the contact hours and the time when we don't see the students, but they're still learning. They're still doing the tasks in order to achieve the learning outcomes which we hope that they will achieve, which they are putting their efforts towards achieving. And here we like to use the picture of an iceberg with the contact hours as a visible part and the rest, the unseen, which is necessary, but it's quite difficult for the academics to judge. Because also you don't see the students, your students are different, they change every year, how do you know? But we say, well, it is a challenge, but it's part of your responsibility and part of the responsibility of the teams of academics to work on the same program, part of the responsibility of the authorities and higher education institutions in general. It contributes to recognition because it allows for transparency and it speaks about the student learning time as the common reference, not about the teacher's contact time with the students, but about the student learning time. Thanks to Sanatu, we have this image. We have the contact hours again, and then again, although the student workload is not directly related to the authentic assessment, but still, when we talk about authentic assessment, you remember that we need to make sure there is time for it, that students have time to engage in these activities, and this is why it's very important, this number 3, when we say student learning time also includes preparation for assessments, whether they are continuous assessments, formative assessment which happen during the course, or final assessment. Because all this time is student learning time. They need to spend this time in order to prepare for assessments and in order to pass them. Okay, you can see there are also other elements which we need to consider when we're talking about full student workload. And in terms of recognition, it is as simple as this, that if you only look at the contact hours, you might think that these two icebergs are the same. Well, if you look at the full student work time, you can see that they are very different. And if we're talking about recognition, well, it's fair to have the full picture, otherwise we are deceiving our students or our colleagues because we're not giving them the full information on which they can base their judgments. In terms of the instruments, okay, once you are convinced that student workload is important, not only for the quality of your programs, to make sure that your students can sleep and can have some free time, but also for recognition and thus internationalization, the question is how can we find out? Because it is true that we don't see our students all the time. We tried out 4 tools. It doesn't mean that these are the only ones, the must have, but this was the idea to try different elements, to try different approaches, so that every program and every institution can later on develop their own combination. What counts is that you try, that you reflect, that you are critical about it, and that you decide what works for you as an individual academic, for you as a team of academics working on the same program, and for you as an institution. because the idea, of course, if you make it institution-wide, then country-wide, and hopefully region-wide. The desk estimation is the first approximation, is when you sit together with other academics to teach on the same program, and you say, I think my students need so much time to pass my subject to achieve the learning outcome. And everybody who works on the program says what she or he thinks, and then you have the picture. Already you can see whether the courses which give the same number of points, if you have these points, require the same time of learning from students, and you can see how much time you expect students to be spending per year, per degree, or per week, and how realistic this is. In the second, the end of semester questionnaire at the USM, at least in some programs, you have applied it twice, first in the previous project and now again. But the idea is to say, once the semester is over, let us ask the students who have passed the courses and the academics who taught these courses. The students who got the top marks, the students who barely passed, and the students who are in the middle, and get from there the idea again, the estimation, because it's always an estimation, of how much time they spent per subject, per semester, per subject, per week, but also in different activities. So this questionnaire already asks academics to think what kind of learning activities my students are doing in the classroom and outside the classroom. And then the data you have probably give you a lot of food for thoughts. These are not exact answers, but again, you get more information which you can reflect and you can build your dialogue on. Then we went to the third tool, which we call diary prologue. In a way, sometimes it seems to us that this is the most exact tool. And it is because it asks you activity per activity. What was done in this third tool? The academics had to choose, let's say, 3 weeks out of their course and say what exactly during these 3 weeks you expect your students to be doing in the classroom and outside the classroom. What tasks do you give them? Or maybe you don't give them, but somehow you expect them to guess that they should be doing. And how much time you think these tasks will take your students. So you as an academic have to make this planning. For some academics, it's a normal practice, but for some it is not. To really think of every task, of every activity, and of the time it will probably take your students. The second step is to communicate it to your students, to say, this is what I have planned for you, and this is what I think it should take you. Because I don't know about your students, but our students are quite often confused about how much time they should be spending on particular home tasks. They don't know whether you expect them to spend a couple of hours or 3 days. So it's very good practice to discuss with them what time you actually expect them to spend on particular assignments. And then the third step of the diary is to get the information back from students. Once they complete the tasks, how much time they have actually spent on the particular tasks, assignments, activities, etc. Again, you get a variety of responses because all of your students are different. But this is something to reflect on, to see why there's difference among the students, and if there is difference between your role estimation and the student responses, again, why? Are they doing not what you asked them to do? Did they misunderstand the task and they're doing something much simpler or much more complex? Or is it our problem as experts? They speak of the expert's blindness because we think it is so easy. We forgot how much time it took when we were not experts. So we learn with these tools, we learn to calibrate our estimation, which is also not easy, and it's also a competence academics can be developing throughout their lives. And finally, this is why we had our fourth tool, because by the end of the application of the 3 tools, we had a lot of questions. We wanted to discuss why. We had data which some of them we could explain, and some we could not. So we introduced the qualitative focus group discussions, where academics and students had an opportunity to say, why do you think this is happening? Because sometimes you know that as academics, you can generate a lot of hypotheses, possible explanations, but it's good to hear from students because they might not have all the answers, but they have a different perspective, which is very important for us to incorporate because we are in outcomes-based student-centered higher education. We are there for students to learn. So we need to know what students' perspective is, what works for them, how much time it takes them, how to make sure that they are spending their time in the most efficient and effective way. So you will hear more about these tools in the next sessions. But what is important is that we wanted to collect data to discuss them, because data is data, but it's the discussion which is important, or it has to be based on something, to reflect on how we can enhance our curriculum. And then more globally, to make sure that we can engage the different stakeholders, the academics, the students, anybody else has to be engaged at the university level, because maybe we need to engage administration, authorities, in revising higher education programs and courses based on this information about the full student learning. With a bigger idea, as I mentioned in the beginning, to identify the tools which work in each particular context. That it doesn't end when the project ends, but that you continue. If you already had the tools, you improve your tools. If there are no tools, you introduce some tools and you continue this discussion, estimation, and monitoring of the full student workload. We also wanted to make sure that at the level of the ASEAN, we had this discussion, because different ASEAN countries have found different solutions or are still searching for solutions in terms of the student workload estimation and management. So these capacity building events, like the one we're having today, are the possibilities, opportunities for us to discuss what do you think it means for the region, how we can take it forward, what kind of recommendations we can offer for the whole ASEAN region to take the student workload into account and to use it as a reference, as a common denominator for promoting internationalization and recognition. So again, also we can see the first two, the recognition mechanism one, the first recognition mechanism as moving from the input to the output. It's not about what the teacher wants the students to learn, but or what the teacher wants to tell the students, but what we want our students to learn. And the second one, again, not about the contact hours, but about the student learning time, the student workload. And finally, the authentic assessment, which is probably will be our key point of discussions. Maybe this is a term you are well familiar with, and maybe not. But first, we started in the project with discussing what authentic assessment is and what makes authentic assessment authentic. And this is what we used as the basis of our discussion. Authentic assessments are those assessment tasks which invite our students to demonstrate their learning in real-life contexts, or in contexts which are as similar as possible to the real life. Because maybe we don't want our students to be operating directly, things of medicine, or building bridges when they still cannot, but there are some tasks which they already can. And as similar the tasks are to what they're going to do in the real life upon graduation, as similar they are, the better they are, the more similar they are, the better they allow us to actually see where our students are prepared for real life. Okay? And you remember that in the very first, one of the first slides, I showed that the knowledge and the skills are there for something bigger. So this is the idea. Why do you want these students to acquire this knowledge? Will they need to apply it in real life situations? If yes, then please ask them to demonstrate this knowledge in something similar to this real life situation. The skills the same. If you want them to acquire certain skills, allow them to demonstrate how good they are in these particular skills in something which is realistic. It will allow you to be sure that they are learning and progressing well. It will allow your students to better transfer these skills, this knowledge, these competences in different contexts because they have already tried applying them in tasks which are similar to what they really need to perform. And we also know from research that it's very motivating for the students because then this knowledge, this learning, these tasks, they are not abstract anymore, but they are linked to something concrete. Students can see why they need to learn it, why they need to dedicate time to doing to learning these things. And another big idea for us was that authentic assessment is based on performance standards. You can call them differently. You can call them criteria of success. You can call them indicators. But the idea is that it's not only in the head of the academic where the knowledge about the quality sits. The students also know what good performance should look like. Why it is important to have this criteria explicit? Because we know that for academics it's a bit difficult sometimes to make them explicit. Because like this, you can give students valuable feedback. You don't say that what you have done is 3 points, 5 points, 25%, or whatever it is. You say where they are doing well and where they need to pay more attention and spend more effort, what they need to spend more effort on. Because you can explain, these are the criteria, here you are fine, but please pay more attention to this and this. It's also important because then students can understand. First, maybe this criteria will look very difficult for your students, very abstract. But again, you will spend time making sure that they understand this criteria. And why? Because your students need to learn to monitor the quality of their own performance. When they graduate, you will not be there to tell them. And maybe they will have some senior colleagues to tell them, but maybe they will also have others who don't know really also telling them. So they need to be able to judge whether the feedback they are getting is quality feedback or not. They need to learn to monitor how well they are doing whatever they need to do in real practice. So based on these two big ideas, we were discussing how we can assess our students in a way which promotes learning, which allows us to make sure that our students achieve the learning outcomes which are valuable. And we also know that if we make our assessment authentic, if we make this effort in making our assessment more authentic, because it's a continuum, we will be able to assess what matters, not what is easy to assess, but what we really want our students to achieve, to develop, to be able to demonstrate once they graduate from our institutions. In the project, we started with diagnostic. Where are we now in terms of authentic assessment? Is it something we use? Is it something we know? Is it something we really have no idea about what it is? Do we already have examples of this assessment used by some academics in some of the courses? Then every team working on the project develop a plan, knowing where we start, how can we move closer. We know that it's a long-term task, but we wanted to make sure that within the project we start making concrete steps towards implementing more authentic assessment or more authentic assessment tasks. And at the same time, to make sure that we learn from each other in the project and use this opportunity that we have academics from all the countries, we want to create a compilation of examples so that you don't not only have the theory, okay, we're convinced now that we need to use authentic assessment, we know the principles, but can you show us some examples? Because I want to see how somebody else in civil engineering or in medicine or in teacher education is doing it. I want to see examples which are big, and I want to see examples which are small, which I can maybe implement next week or next semester without necessarily convincing 2 more, 3 more, or 5 more academics to work together with me. So these are our inspirational examples, and you will hear more about them in the next session, but this is the idea. And finally, getting back to the network of the champions, with this being the last event in the series of the national capacity building events, I hope I can say pretty confidently that we are building it. And what is important is that everybody who's present today, both on site and online, we hope that you can join our network. That you will be, if you are, some of you are already project participants, so you are already in the network, but those who are new, please engage with us, discuss with us, share your experiences with us so that we can move forward together in making the instruments known and helping others adopt them, making sure that we can improve the quality of our students' learning, the quality of our programs, and achieve this recognition and internationalization which we all would like to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maria Rivera. There are actually some confidence schools that I don't know on time, but we reserve it, yeah. We will reserve it until the second speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by Dr. Maria, the CALOHEA second result is coming from the three key content mechanism, RM1, creation and use of regional subject practice qualifications and assessment reference framework to provide greater compatibility of institutional degree programs profile. RM2, resolvement of the culture of students work to engagement as an integral part of curriculum design. And RM3, implementation of academic excellence of internationally comparable learning outcomes in the degree program. Where hope that we will be each network of champions of internationalization of practical international. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now I present to you Mr. Kon Ratanakokyo, First Officer and Chief Strategy Officer of the Asian University Network. Mr. Ratanakokyo will provide valuable insights into the collaborative efforts with Asians and how the CALOHEA project aligned with the broader strategy visions. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Kon Ratanakokyo.
Thank you, Madam MC. Good morning, everyone. My name is Korn, and I'm representing the ASEAN University Network. Our network is the sectoral body of the ASEAN Secretariat, and as the AUN is the coordinator of this project and also share the dissemination activities with the aim to introduce the project to the stakeholders and the higher education institutions in the ASEAN region who are not in the project. I'd like to share with you the aspect of dissemination of the project development and also the outputs and the benefits that this project would bring to Malaysia and the ASEAN region as a whole. So just touch up a little bit on who we are. The AUN, the ASEAN University Network was established in 1995 when the AUN Charter was signed by the ministers responsible for higher education from ASEAN countries. We are the sectoral body of the ASEAN Secretariat, and we are working under the Human Development Directorate of the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Pillars. The mission of the AUN are to be a platform for discussion and implementation to strengthen the network of cooperation among universities in ASEAN, and also to promote collaborative study, research, and programs, and also the solidarity among academicians and researchers. AUN consists of 30 AUN core member universities, and in Malaysia, we have University Kebangsaan Malaysia, University Science Malaysia, University Putra Malaysia, University Malaya. In the AUN, we also have 21 ASEAN Pacific member universities from People's Republic of China, South Korea, and Japan. And We have 17 thematic networks, including the ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance. And right at the moment, the AUN is the network of more than 200 universities across the ASEAN region. Apart from the university networking, at the ASEAN region, AUN also engage with other universities, partners, and intercontinental organizations to drive the education development, keeping in mind the mutual benefits it would bring to the higher education institutions in the region. The CALOHEA project is one of the projects that the AUN work with Tuning Academy International, University of Groningen, to drive the qualification system transformation and also the student mobility. As you might have already learned from Professor Maria's presentation, the three main objectives of the CALOHEA project are to create region-wide subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference framework compatible with European frameworks, and to install the culture of verifying and taking into account the full volume of the student workload so as to make the institutional, national, regional credit transfer system fully compatible with the workload and outcomes-based credit system. And lastly is to promote assessment of program learning outcomes. And as the ultimate aim of the project is to create mobility among the higher education institutions within the region and also the interregional mobility between ASEAN and Europe. It is important that the objective of this project are applied region-wide at the institutional, national, and regional level, and adoption of the three recognition mechanisms in the three subject areas by the programs, faculties, universities who are not in the project would be the way forward for the mobility to happen. And in order to bring the objective of this project into fruition, it is important that all stakeholders, including the students, the academic staff, the university executives, the alumni, the employers, QA agencies, and the government agency to involve and engage in the project in order to achieve and bring about the mobilities. So you may have a question in mind, why do we need to focus on the mobility and what is the importance that this would have towards our graduates? In the recent AUN Presidential Forum, where our presidents, rectors, and vice chancellors of the AUN member universities came together to discuss the trends in the realm of higher education in the region. This agenda of mobility was being extensively discussed. The universities in Southeast Asia are assigned with a role to nurture and also to develop the graduates for the world to become competent, productive, and successful to meaningfully contribute to society and economy. And we come to realize that developing graduates has become more and more complex as the external environment fluctuates. The focus now shifts to other attributes, such as equipping graduates to deal with change and uncertainty with more influence on disposition and resilience. And students also must learn to embrace, to understand, and to be exposed to other disciplines, other countries, other cultures, and also industries, as this is a critical in helping the graduate to attain a better sense and also to help them find footing in the very complex world. And this is why mobility will play a crucial role in how universities can effectively develop the graduates. So why CALOHEA? CALOHEA project is a project under the Tuning Academy. The Tuning Academy is an international higher education and research center for the development and enhancement of the quality of learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education, focusing on the competences for intellectual development, employability, and citizenship in a global context. In ASEAN, in 2016 and 2019, the Tuning Academy carried out the Tuning Asia Southeast Project, or TASE, introducing the tuning methodology for the design of compatible and comparable degree programs by adapting, restructuring, and testing curricula in these three subject areas. And the world map, where the blue color is covered, are where the national and regional projects utilizing tuning methodology for compatible and comparable degree programs have been carried out. The tuning methodology has been gaining its footing and is laying out the foundation for the mobility to happen at the global scale. And at this moment, the project under Tuning Academy is a national that implements the three recognition mechanisms in South America, the S project, in Europe, CALOHEA, CALOHEA 2, CALOHEA X, all of which aiming at building the foundation of student mobility through the utilization of recognition mechanisms. In ASEAN, with the aim to promote regional mobilities, there are a total of 14 national meetings, which 13 of them already carry out in the 7 ASEAN countries, namely Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And at the moment, we are at the last national meeting, and it's the second national meeting of Malaysia. So when the project start, we have 23 ASEAN universities from ASEAN, 5 European partners from 7 ASEAN countries. And until now, after the 13 national meetings, we have reached out to 253 universities in 15 countries in the world, of over 2,800 total participants. Before I end my presentation, please allow me to share with you the potential benefits of these projects toward the higher education in the ASEAN region. Even though the ultimate objective of this project is to drive mobility, but what this project has bring along the way of its development, it creates a platform. It is a platform for practitioners from both ASEAN and European partners to exchange knowledge and experiences on the principle of mobility itself, the 3 recognition mechanisms, enabling them to collaborate and mutually recognize academic degree competencies of each other. This platform also fosters the academic staff in the ASEAN region, joining forces to help each other towards common degree recognition mechanisms. It is a platform where ideas and different country contexts are shared, exchanged, discussed in order to arrive at what would be the best way forward to drive mobility and internationalization in each country. The 3 recognition mechanisms introduced in this career project on the development of a regional framework, the installment of student workload, and the identification of authentic assessment of learning outcomes. It provides effective learning experiences for the students and for the individual academic instructor as well. And with the outcomes mutually recognized by the ASEAN and global stakeholders, it will allow clearer, better, and more efficient establishment of degree mobility, equivalencies, and portability among countries in the ASEAN region, as well as that with the ASEAN and the rest of the world. And most importantly, the applicability. The process and tools of CALOHEA may also be contextualized and replicated for any other discipline as well. CALOHEA project is driving a change and its impact toward the widening possibilities of intra and interregional mobilities, connecting people together and in the end enhances the internationalization of the universities in Malaysia and also in the ASEAN region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kong, and also the Officer and Chief Strategy Officer of Asian Unity Network for sharing with us the collaborative efforts of APAN and streaming academy for how to enable the aligned the division, which may I request on the main objective is for the visual related detail at the level to increase, to improve and enhance mobility between or within intra and intermediate, especially Asian and also European countries. So now we are moving to the next session, which is the Q&A session. Yeah. As we embark into this knowledge sharing journey, let's remain engaged, ask questions, and foster a collaborative environment for the Bachelor of Higher Education. Following our sharing and presentation, we will open the floor to questions. For virtual participants, basically the part teacher to submit your questions. And for those in the room, there will be an checking to approach the microphones. So I welcome questions from the members of the floor. Right, perhaps we can start with those asking questions from online first. There are two questions. The first one is from Mr. David Sulaiman. Good morning, speakers. Regarding prepare students with OB, online education and teaching, is it possible to count how many employers needed by the industries? Then we expect the students to train with this OB to fulfill those needs. Thank you.
It's a dream of many economists and campus know exactly how much specialists we need in each area. And unfortunately, I think we are all aware, and this is what they say, for example, in the impact growth, that we seem to be continuously a dream, more and more a dream. So we want to be aware specialists, citizens, persons who can adapt, who can continue learning. And this is why we have to keep improving our qualification and putting more emphasis on what is sometimes called transferable skills, soft skills, numerical competences, and making sure that our graduates know how to continue learning. So, from my personal point of view and the research I find, it is not possible to have these answers exactly, and that's why we have to keep trying to make our work better and better, but putting emphasis on this transversal elements. And not anybody in the room has a need medical solution, maybe event.
Maybe from the internet. Is there any other questions from the members of the floor? Well, there's another question from those participating online. Win means, oh, I'm sorry, I did not pronounce it correctly. The question is, we used to prepare CLOs, course learning outcomes, PLOs, program learning outcomes, and course mapping as part of curriculum design. These are not enough to measure the student workload, is the question.
Well, the simple answer is no. Because you can in the syllabus and kilos, you set the aim. So you say where you want the students to get, but you don't say, you don't know how much time it will take them to get. That's why it is so important to make the learn outcomes is the learning time. You don't spend the mental last learning outcomes, you can have all the memory, but this understood time exists. impossible, it was not feasible in the time that you have. The students will be on with so many years, and they need to sleep, they need to exercise, they need to have some time, so they need to have not to be working more than a full-time worker in your country. Because for full-time students, you can take their effort, their during time, working time, working of a professional. If you don't have this information all the time, like, so many outcomes don't be used for this most time. You know that I think. So I'm taking on that.
Like, is there any more questions for our speakers? Dr. Maria and your circle? Anyone? From online, there is no more question you can get. Please. Please,
I said, I was wondering because the settlement is still a relationship between the nationals and civilians. Because you from this critical, there's process, and I'm looking forward to seeing and how much that you represent. Obviously, it's one of the maybe knows what they want. I'm especially very interested in those schools because it shows an open dialogue with the students to understand what they are doing. But I'm not sure how it's going to happen. In things such as the mostly for research and between the metrics and CUPs and I think that's how to I really want to be alive. I really want to fundraise. I want to have a plan of it. Thank you, Bianca, for the budget. It's called this. Between the lectures and the students. Thank you. Thank you very much for this question because very important to ask out of these questions, what can be the thinkers? Because you see, where you see the red, but that's totally very good. It is not, and especially when you start to do assessment. Assessment is a power in every aspect of the world. It is a power which academics and lecturers have over the students, and it's not easy, it's not comfortable to release or share this power. Let's say that it helps to think of why you as lecturer or every academic is doing with global teaching. Trying to really affect the basics. And I think in Malaysia, we're working here on the own and we could we're all classes students at us. Because why our individuals, why are the programs there, why are universities there? Because we want to make sure our students achieve certain learning outcomes. How do we know whether they are achieving them and whether what we are offering is really working for them? Because it's not, it's can be quite frustrating if you want or disappointing. Then finally, it's the students who have to learn. Doesn't matter how well they are doing their job as lecturer, you cannot learn for anybody else. The students need to learn. You have to accept that we are there in order to facilitate their learning. When students come to the universities, I know to about Malaysia, but it is in our context, they don't know how to learn for the instead. So, what they need to make sure that they learn, but like they learn how to learn in a way, they can do more and more independent. So it's a lot of responsibility involved, which is an export the cycle, because you are not anymore the main person and well, that's what the person, but basically you are there to make sure that the students serve. But the question is, and I will speak you always to learn, but you're not them. How do you know what works for them? The only way is to establish some kind of dialogue. It doesn't mean that the students are going to be self-assessing themselves and putting themselves in grades. So maybe it's kind of a very extreme, and maybe it's something you are scared of, and maybe it is not desirable at all. Yeah, that's at this stage. But the first is to start dialogues where it doesn't happen. So, for example, the student learning time is a good entry point because you're asking for information. You say, this is what I expect it will take you. What does it take you? Is it threatening to us as lecturers? Maybe, because we're used to having this kind of dialogue. But it's actually very revealing for our students that you as a lecturer, you are interested in what happens from their side. It doesn't mean that you're going to change things immediately, but you're open to the result of living strong. They're not against me. No, the teachers out there to patiently or to control me whether I'm doing the last segment, this happens in Malaysia, happens in all context, but sometimes it's kind of antagonist, the students against the lecturers, representing against the students, but we say, no, we want you to learn. And this time about how much time it takes to learn, about recognitions, understand the tasks are given, whether they understand the assessment criteria, it shows to the students that it's not only in the post papers when they want it to work, but really interested in how they are experienced what we have proposed for them in experience, which we hope will be the good learning experience for them. It is really a great time. And it's certainly both for the academics and for the students. One of the projects which Mr. was shown in South America is focused on student-centeredness. So how do we take our higher education students? Then we have teams of academics and students working together. You can imagine how uncomfortable it was in the beginning. So suddenly, like you can see, you have every provide text or you can discuss things that maybe they have discussed before, but it's like it's advice to us. And that can discuss. Rules do they want their students to achieve by the end of the year? It doesn't seem to be so threatening, because academics not situations to get to the but then they'll start how people need to see us not particulars. It's all about so they are great to know. Maybe you, especially also in the project and sharing the experience when you're asked, it's just a response. Because nobody does the same, and it's a dependent figures. Why can they not see you in this show to find out, for example, all the time, even if you're taking the last time, and do they want to see what I'm student or what I'm but then we can prove it this way. Especially in the second and the probably the next language, where you want to get very hard. You know, it's something that you do slowly and you can use everywhere and you make sure that it's starts really counting. And you take small steps, but you can really aim in mind. You know, that this because you're not sure that the education you're offering is the best one you can offer in this years. You can guarantee everyone will can plan because you don't have examples, don't know exactly how many people will have to work in each occupation. But you are making the best of it things, you are empowering them as learners and as professionals, also to have a discussion with lecturers, because they can feel that and you know, still and you put unit partnerships. Yeah, because you all the experts, EOPs and they are just entering the students. They are set up with the secret in the Zoom and result. And if you go to that, then you say, oh, they are secrets in small area, that's right, where the students can ask it. But they feel that they can go, they can feel expectations, but then you are only accepting them as making those steps towards becoming the professionals which you look to them, because academics actually they can completely accessible. Basically, you can never, which is like there is not they also need to go to class, they are still learning to say, but when you that's their professors, I'm learning. But it's all about it, to show that I really cause and heat, and then I really do these things in this way. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. So the key points I take from your answers now, go slowly and make sure they're comfortable first, and then you will get by video, okay? Right, we have questions online from Google and online, anonymous and how can CALOHEA project outcomes reconcile or impact those degree programs in Malaysia, which are already internationally accredited and recognized? And this is from Malaysian, so complicated. So
Exactly, because actually, otherwise, neither one's from Malaysia. But that's in so. The research might even source before answers, because internationalization is very important. It's what very, very important step to get recognition, like official recognition. If we are accredited internationally, we have recognition from the civil engineering, international accreditation body or medicine or computing digital media. But what we are concerned with are continuous improvement. So you're still making together, in practice, we still have to go through the same process. And if you look at it, you still have a lot that you can do. So even if you already work official, it's official accreditation by somebody, it's either from now on, you don't need to do anything else. We are over the tools, it's about continuous improvement and make sure that you don't lose this internationalization potential, this quality which makes it international.
Maybe that's maybe the objective of this new project is more on creating a bridge between universities within the country, universities between each country, in ASEAN and also in between ASEAN and Europe as well. I think what the project is trying to do is to create a common like a bridge and a common currency, common understanding, so that the exchange and mobility can happen at all levels.
we have one more question from Priyanka Rajan Prabha, how to encourage all universities in the country to join CALOHEA network. This will be the first step towards internationalization and regional cooperation.
As mentioned earlier in my presentation, this project started with a very small amount of universities. But what we're trying to do is that we want to expand to other universities through these national meetings for people to get to know about the tools that we have and also create some sort of like community of practitioners. Some of the countries in Ireland are starting to utilize these teaching mechanisms within their university and also within their group of universities as well. So I think the national meeting that we have is serving that purpose of expanding to other universities outside the context. And from these 13, and this one is a 14 one, on 14 national meeting, we are able to expand to almost 3,000 participants in the African region. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. On. We actually have a lot of questions coming from those who are standing online, but you have to do it. You reserve it, and have to do it one by one of the questions. So thank you, Dr. Maria Yamash and Mr. Kwan, for those enlightening presentations. Your insight has undoubtedly broadened our understanding of the CALOHEA project, impact on higher education in Southeast Asia and beyond. I encourage all participants, both here and online, to continue the dialogue and collaboration sparked by today's discussions. Together we can work towards a future where education is. Thank you to all people. The participants and everyone involved in making this session a success, not just means to an end, but a transformative journey that creates individuals and societies. We the policy dialogue after this, but I would like to invite the next MC, Madam Viviana.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laura. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants, welcome to the policy dialogue presentation. Today, we are privileged to explore the challenges of preparing job industry graduates and the potential role of architecture assessment from the perspective of policymakers. In this open session, we will learn about the challenges and potential in cognitive assessment of student mobility, degree validation, and the production of job-ready graduates. We'll look at the opportunities and difficulties in national and higher education contexts, shining light on the changing landscape where understanding real world demands from the policy perspective. Let me introduce you the first speaker. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Hasta Hausidan, the Director of the Institute of Nutrition Sciences at the University of Harvard Education Malaysia. She will provide insights into the challenges of financial politics, for the Associate Professor Blanky Holiday has recently assumed the role of Director for the Division of Affiliate Research within the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. Previously, she held the position of Director, Center for Development of Indian Sales Website. The program is distinguished and editor and a proponent of interesting pedagogical practice, specialized in structural design, educational technology, ICT, and multimedia. Honored with the distinguished academic award, she award in 2017, she is recognized for her outstanding contribution to education. It's a writer. It of multiple creative skills and good exam. The Amsterdam has played vital role in the over time. Offering confidence play, training, and sport lecturers nationwide. Internationally and creating, she has been invited to various times. Share her expertise in learning. My broken policies and hybrid learning, demonstrating curricular quality assurance in education, but also actively engaged as a program panel instructor for the religion qualifications education. Delivering programs from economic and private universities in Malaysia. For education measures that these programs align with examining standards, maintaining the highest level of quality and effectiveness, but also unwavering commitment to advancing education, championing and innovative teaching methodologies, advocating for quality assurance has firmly established her as a notable and influential figure in the field. The second speaker is Associate Professor IR Dr. Azura Muhammad Bunuri, the Associate Director of the Engineering Technology Accreditation Council ITEC in Malaysia. Associate Professor IR Dr. Azura Muhammad Bunuri is currently working as a lecturer with University Malaya under the Department of Engineering, Faculty of Engineering. She is now the Deputy Dean for Faculty of Engineering, University Malaya. Apart from her works, the Faculty of Engineering, University Malaya. About 15 years, she was actively involved with the accreditation, evaluation, and surveillance under Engineering Accreditation Department for Work, EAC, and Economics as one of the evaluation panels since 2018. The process involved determining the effectiveness of the quality insurance system and the procedures that ensure graduates are effectively prepared for the engineering practitioner practice. In 2021, she was appointed as the Associate Director for Engineering Technician Education in Engineering until now. And the third speaker, Prof. Dr. Zaleha Abdullah Mahdi, President of the Housemanship Education and the Malaysian Medical Council that joined us through online. Graduated from the National University of Malaysia, UKM, in 1989. Between 1995 and 1998, she obtained her membership of RCOG Masters in CYN, UKF, and MD Newcastle University Limited Kingdom. Her MD research thesis work on preeclampsia, sponsored by a grant from RCOG. He is currently professor and senior consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at UKM Medical Center in Kuala Lumpur, having finished her 3-year term as Dean of the UKM Faculty of Medicine in February 2009. Between February 2009 and November 2017, she was also the director of UKM Teaching Hospital. She has published 99 articles in journals, several books and chapter in books, and more than 150 reference and publishing. Now, please welcome all the speakers to start the open dialogue session. Yeah, maybe we start from Dr. Anja, from Dr. Anja this way. Thank you. Perfect. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me today for the CALOHEA seminar. All right, so I am invited to discuss about the challenges of preparing job-ready graduates. Okay, the potential role of authentic assessment the policy maker perspective. So my name is Arida. Currently I'm the director in the Division of Academic Excellence, Department of Higher Education, MOHI, Malaysia. So I've just started in MOHI a month and a half ago. So before this, I was here in USM. So my role here in USM was actually Dr. Saiful replaced me as a director in CDAE. So, however, we train the lecturers in terms of technology, student-centered learning, assessment, and so on. So, and when I started in the ministry, so there are many initiatives by the ministry to prepare job-ready graduates. We in the ministry, we look at how to go about looking at our graduates to be ready for the industry. Okay, and we found that this is something that is lack on our graduates because some of the industry said that our graduates are not ready. They are not capable of doing what the industry needs them to do. All right. So we are looking at skill gaps on the students, okay, our graduates. Okay. This is throughout Malaysia, meaning that all the universities, whether it is a public university or a private university, as well as the industry said that our graduates lack of practical experiences, and then they have been inadequately prepared for job markets. So these challenges or problem issues by the industries really alert us in the Ministry of Higher Education on how we or how the university prepare the students during their university for 3 to 4 years in the universities. So then in the ministry, we correct. Okay, so sorry. So the Ministry of Higher Education are looking at many initiatives. We initiate many initiatives in preparing the job-ready graduates. Okay, for example, in 2020, we produced graduate employability blueprint. In Malaysia, bahasa Melayu is Pelan Kebolehpasaran Graduat. Okay, it was a strategic plan or a blueprint focused on improving graduate employability. Okay, so this has been launched in 2022. And then we have also industry academia collaboration, whereby we try to promote partnerships between university and industry. For example, last month, we had this collaboration with Intel Penang. All right, there are 400 students, final year students, we sent to Intel for it was not internship, but it is just industry-based learning. All right. And then we have curriculum review and enhancement, whereby all the curriculum need to be reviewed within 5 years of the curriculum. So meaning that all the programs offered by the universities need to be reviewed within the 5 years, as well as we have these entrepreneurship programs. Okay, we try to encourage entrepreneurial mindset among students through programs whereby the program support the development of business ideas, startups, and so on. All right, we also have internship and industry exposure. All right, and we have what we call pembelajaran anjal, which initiated by the minister, the Minister of Higher Education. If pembelajaran anjal is flexible learning, but the word anjal, I don't know how to translate it into English. It is flexible, but it is much more flexible in terms of this. The program owner can design their program whereby the first semester can be in campus, second semester can be out campus, third semester can be anywhere, and so on. So it is like very flexible in terms of the program. Okay, and then we also have research and development initiative whereby we support research initiative that have practical applications and can contribute to industry advancement. So these are some of the ministry initiatives in preparing job-ready graduates. However, although we have all these initiatives, it goes back to the university to implement it. All right. So it is like we try to support all the universities, but if they are not moving, then we cannot do anything. All right. So okay, so these are the all the some of the e-books and guidelines that we provide from the ministry. We have this is the blueprint for technology education, right? For engineering education. We have Excel framework. We have entrepreneurship integrated education. We have apprenticeship degree that we launched last month, okay, in the academia month. All right, and then we have also cluster of learning outcomes in collaboration with MQA, Malaysian Qualification and Agency, MQF 2.0. Okay, so however, all right. So, however, it goes back to the classroom. Okay. Although the MOHI, we in the ministry, we try to give the university guidelines. Okay, we initiate blueprints and so on. It goes back to the classroom. Okay, so we need to look at how instructors do, okay, when they look at this. All right, these are the mapping of a learning outcome cluster, learning outcome domain, and dominant learning domain. All right, this is from the ebook novel. All right, you can get it from this particular link. All right, so how do they prepare the assessment for their students? Okay, because in all programs they need to include all these learning outcome clusters. All right, and all the course learning outcomes need to for the program need to fulfill all these 11 learning outcome domain. All right, so what I experienced as an auditor was, when the lecturers or the instructors prepare this, when they see the learning domain, they just think of, okay, communication skill. My course will include communication skill. So what they did was, when they fill in their table 4 or BPK, in the USM we call it BPK, but in the for other university they fill in the table 4. So what do instructors do beyond this one? All right, this is the example of course assessment plan. They have this course learning outcome, debate on digital ethics, for example, and then cluster 3D, and then delivery method will be mini lecture, group discussion, simulation, and then their assessment method will be debate. All right, so it is correct. Okay, debate. However, all right, specific task, it goes to from a given case study scenario, students need to identify and debate on digital ethics, blah, blah, blah. And then the student learning time will be 36 hours. All right. So how do the instructors do beyond this particular document? How do they design the debate? Okay, usually when they design the debate, they will ask the student to prepare, and then they will do the debate in class like this. This is a class, okay? The student will present to other students. So what is the purpose of debate? How do they know what industry need? So the case study need to be industry or community based on what they are going to do when they graduate. So uh, why not bring in one industry expert in the class? For example, during the debate session, the industry expert will be the evaluator, not the lecturers. You know your students, but the industry expert are or is the expert in the scenario, case study, and so on. They will evaluate whether the students are ready. Okay, not the lecturers or instructors. So this is the common what we do in our classroom. Okay, for example, we try every assignment. We give student assignment, but it is not authentic because they just present. They just submit to us. Why not the assignment being sent to industry, and then the expert in the industry will evaluate the assignment for us. Okay, not we are the one who give the assignment, we mark, and then everything belongs to the instructors. So this is what actually should go back to the instructors. We in the ministry, we propose this guideline, what guideline, and so on, but it goes back to how the instructors look at how they assess and how they evaluate their students. Okay, so in our guideline, one of our assessment guideline, we provide this. We look at the learning domain, all right? What the domain versus clusters of MQA 2.0, but it goes back to the instructor. Design authentic assessment, meaning that if the student experience is the final exam, okay, can be used for each of the courses. Okay, I think that this is my own opinion, not the ministry opinion. I think that some of the lecturers are uh, they are not prepared to take away all the final exam. They wanted the final exam to be there in all the courses, which I think it is not necessary. Okay, so you need to look at the constructive alignment between what you deliver within the content and how you access the students. Okay, whether it should be in the classroom or beyond the classroom. Okay, I remember when I did my degree, it's not moving. All right. When I did my degree 25 years ago, 25 years ago. So I did, okay. So I did my degree in graphic design in the UK. And then, we always work in a studio. We do multimedia and so on. But what I remember, it is not working. Okay, so what I remember was, okay, at one time, our lecturers brought a famous designer in the UK in our classroom. No, this one. It is not moving it. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So this image here, all right, this image here, I got a book from a very famous designer 25 years ago, and it is still in my office here in USM, whereby, during my lecturer's time, Okay, I never got high marks within the class. All right, but when a designer came to the class and he chose my design, so it was very precious, whereby I thought, oh, okay, my lecturers did not choose my design, but the famous designer chose my design. So it is something, right? So maybe when we got different opinion from others, okay, and the one who implement graphic design, for example, then we know that we are not behind in terms of design, but we got various different feedbacks from others. Okay, so the rule of authentic assessment, we are looking at aligning our assessment with industry need. Okay, we need to look at practical application of knowledge, problem solving and critical thinking, as well as communication and collaboration, and prepare for multidisciplinary environments. We can see that our graduates, if they take Bachelor of Civil Engineering, for example, just example, they might not be able to go to other discipline when they graduate. So they are looking for jobs in civil engineering only, while they might be able to get some, computer science or technology based, which is not civil engineering, but combine the multidisciplinary for their graduation preparation. Okay. So we are also looking at soft skills development, all right? And yeah, many things that we are looking at which align with MKF 2.0. Okay, so in MOHI perspective, we are looking at our role as policymakers. We believe that it is crucial for us in the ministry to address the challenges of preparing job-ready graduates. So we have the power, okay, and then we try to initiate various guidelines, various blueprints to assist the universities in terms of preparing the graduates, as well as we try to implement policies for authentic assessment. That's why we have that this 2U, 2I, 2 years in university, 2 years in industry. Okay, we encourage various implementation in the university. We have Excel, okay, whereby we have Excel is our framework for competency-based learning for students. Okay, we encourage the universities to use IDEAL with its industry-driven experiential learning. Okay, where students go to the industry and experience the learning within the industry. It is not just internship, but it goes beyond the internship, as well as we are initiating collaboration with the stakeholders. So we are getting all the industries to the universities, okay, and universities to the industries. And conclusion, we in MOHI, we believe that it is a challenge. There are many challenges of preparing job-ready graduates, okay, and it requires a multifaceted approach. However, with collaboration with industry, the university, as well as us, as the policymakers, we think that we are able to do it, but the preparation also need to be within the university, especially for the instructors. They need to change as well, change their mindsets, change their approach. Then I think we are going to be ready to produce future ready graduates. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Malysia. The legal very good. Planning assessment today. They have been in our institution. The council for assessment segments. Professor, my art with the Hasram my memory. Please help them.
Terima kasih Puan Pengerusi Majlis, and thank you very much. Right, I'm feeling like I'm coming back to my kampung, Penang, all right, after 5 years being away from Penang. Right, thank you very much for the opportunity that being given to me. Okay, regarding the issues of preparing job by industry ready graduates. Okay, the potential role of authentic assessment. Okay, as what Dr. Azida mentioned just now, it's all back to IHL. It's all back to the university. Okay. But as a professional bodies, okay, as part of the what we call as the engineering or engineering technology education, we are under the professional bodies. All right. So we are tied to with the professional bodies, but not forgetting we are also have the MQA. Okay, so whatever it is, we have to go through the MQA. The MQA will pass back to the accreditation bodies. Either is EAC or is under the ETEC. All right. Okay. So it's actually the learning outcomes from this session. Okay. I would like to explain more. I think most of us here is from the international participant. All right. So perhaps you wanted to know what is actually the international recognition that we have. Okay, especially for the engineering education in Malaysia. All right. So I will briefly go through the accreditation history, agency, objective, and importance of the HL for the end profession. Know the standard involved in engineering, which we have three engineering education in Malaysia. We have engineering technology, and we have another one which is engineering technician education in Malaysia. Okay, so we can also address the function of the EAD, okay, in Malaysia, where this department is actually handling all the accreditation, either is under EAC or is under ETEC. All right. Okay, so this is the history. Okay, but I'm not going to go one by one. All right. So it's only that I would like to mention that the OBE awareness has been started in year 2000 in Malaysia for the engineering education. All right. So it's where the establishment of the engineering accreditation EAC council, comprising of the BEM, okay, IEM, LAN, and PSC, Public Service Department. At that time, in 2000, MQA is still what we call as a LAN. Okay, but in 2007, okay, the establishment of the MQA has been replacing by the LAN. All right. By 2003, all right, it's actually the BEM has been admitted to the provisional signatory status to the Washington Accord. And we get the full signatory for the EAC in year 2009, okay, where the BEM admitted to full signatory status to Washington Accord at Kyoto, Japan. All right, so it's actually in 2009 we really been recognized and be part of the Washington Accord signatory, okay, for the engineering education. Okay, so in year 2017, all right, so the BEM admitted as the provisional membership for Sydney and as the Dublin Accord. So this is for the engineering technology, okay, which consists of the engineering technology for the 4 years studies. And also we have another one is the technician education, engineering technician education. All right. So the full admitted is being awarded in 2018. So actually in Malaysia, we have the international recognition, okay, from Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and also the Dublin Accord. All right. So we are tied together, okay, under this particular accord. All right. Okay, we go for the for the MQA. Okay, we are not going to, we have to accredit by the MQA. MQA is the highest in Malaysia under the accreditation department MQA. All right, so whatever it is, okay, in Malaysia, this is where the accredited higher education programs and qualification to supervise and regulate the quality and standard of higher education providers. All right, but you have to remember as well in Malaysia, because it's a professional bodies, we have the BEM, or what we call as a board of engineers. Okay, so BEM will register the IOW is the inspectors of works, engineering technologies, graduate engineers, and professional engineers. So prerequisite in any qualification in engineering recognized by the BEM. So all the programs, the engineering program, either is under EAC or is under ETEC, it will be recognized under the BEM. Okay, and immediately it also will be recognized by the Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and also the Dublin Accord. All right. Okay. All right. I'm not going to go for the why accredit. Okay, this is very general. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, how the job scope is different. Okay, from one engineering level to another engineering level. All right. As you know that in Malaysia we have three, right? Okay, under the Washington Accord, under the Sydney Accord, and also under the Dublin Accord. Okay, so what is the difference between these three? Okay, it's actually the depth of knowledge that required for each of this level. Okay, so that's why if you see from this figure, you can see that the education for the technologists, you can see the red color. Okay, and also the engineers is the blue color. Okay, so for the engineers, okay, the education is more towards the strong in mathematics, engineering, science, professional courses, which is more theoretical. Okay, and it will be cover a wide engineering breadth and depth of curriculum. All right, why? Because under the depth of knowledge of WA, it actually requires in-depth knowledge that allows a fundamental first principle analytical approach. Okay, however, I mean in work place, it will be more on research and design for the engineers. Okay, but if you have a look with the technologies, okay, it's under ETIC. Okay, technologies, the education it's more on the appropriate mathematics, engineering sciences, professional courses, which is more hands-on, or what we call as a practical. All right, so the technology breadth and depth of curriculum, okay, it's more towards the practical. All right, so what is the job scope that will be coincide with this particular education? Is actually into the supervision and the maintenance work. All right, okay, all right, so this is what we call the education accords that we gathered or we part of the signatory bodies. Okay, for the Washington Accords for the 4 years, Sydney Accord for the 3 years, and also the Dublin Accord for the 2 years. In Malaysia, for the Dublin Accord, we did it as a 2.5 years as a minimum requirement. All right. So the practice agreements has been pointed in the blue color. Okay, so there is the practice agreement which lead to the IEA. What's actually the IEA? The IEA is the International Engineering Alliance, okay, which is the international agreement governed by recognition of the engineering education qualification and professional competence, has established the enforcing internationally benchmark standard. All right, so this is actually they had been IEA had been produced the new version of education and also professional competence, which is in version 4, June 2021, which address the new graduate attributes. Or maybe if it goes to the meta profile of the CALOHEA, it's going to be similar of that, the graduate attributes. All right. Okay, so this is the standard. Okay, we have been go through quite a numbers of years from 1999, where there is more on OBE awareness, and starting from 2015 or 2012, all right, where we start, 2006, where we start to direct monitoring of the outcomes, all right, and this is part of the OBE implementation, all right, and the next one, currently now, we are the outcome evidence. What is actually the outcome evidence? All right, we are looking for the PO attainment or the meta profile or graduate attributes attainment, okay, as a cohort, as an individual, and what sort of system that the ISL have. Okay, so this is all that we are looking for. It's more on the monitoring, not only covering only the SLT or academic curriculum, but it's overall. All right, so we are currently in revising our standard. The latest will be a 2020 version. All right, so we have another one that will be coming out soon. all right, in inshallah, 1st April 2024. Okay, a new version which includes the GAPC version 4, which is for an IEA, okay, 2021. All right, what is different between that? Okay, so there is a difference in terms of we have now to include what we call a sustainability goal, the 17 SDGs, okay, inside that. All right, so why we do that? It's for the graduate ST and also it's for the graduate job challenges as well. All right, so when we talk about the OBE, I think everyone is very familiar with the OBE. All right, but in BEM or EAD or what we call as the professional bodies accreditation, okay, we are looking for the PO, CLO, PLO, all right? The most important thing is the constructive alignment. Okay, I think Dr. Azida also has mentioned regarding the constructive alignment, very lengthy, all right? So I think in engineering as well, as a professional engineering education, we are also looking at the constructive alignments, okay, and also how the student-centered, okay, the CPA is more on the Bloom's, okay, connective, psychomotor, and also affective, and what is actually the outcome, okay, the learning activities, what sort of learning activities, all right, and also lastly is the monitoring part, which is the CQI, okay. OBE without the CQI is not an OBE. Okay, so it has to implement the CQI in order for us to say that our program is fully implemented the OBE system. All right, so this is the constructive alignment. All right, what of a sort of assessment? It will depend on whatever your course will be contribute to your program learning. Okay, so you have to design your learning outcome first. Okay, if you have a student, the learning outcome has to be addressed first. So it's going to be like a mental profile. Right? You had addressed what are the graduate attributes for that particular course. Okay, then we go for the instruction, how to help, what sort of instruction delivery method that we are going to give to the student. Either is a PBL or it's going to be blended or laboratory. Okay, through a lecture, through e-learning, through industry involvement in teaching, so you can put that, all right? And how the assessment, okay, the most important thing is the assessment. How going to assess the understanding of the student, how it can be related back to the learning outcome, all right? So it can be a formative assessment, it can be direct or indirect assessment, it can be course or program level, right? Okay, so the curriculum should be designed so that the teaching activities, learning activities, and assessment tasks are be coordinated with the learning outcomes. All right, so at the end, okay, the program itself will be looking, okay, how this constructive alignment can address the graduate attributes later on, cohort or individually. All right. Okay, so when we talk about the standard, okay, the qualifying requirements, which is fall under the Board of Engineers, or perhaps the signatory accord, which is the international recognition. We have three, which is the ETEC standard, which is the EAC, WA, ETEC standard, the SA, and also the ETEC standard of the DA. Okay, DA is a W accord. SA is for the technologies, okay, and WA for the Washington. Okay, so this is actually the minimum requirement, or sorry, the qualifying requirements for the engineering program to achieve in order for the program to be qualified to be accredited. All right, so you can see that the first one regarding the OBE implementation, yes, we have for the mental profile. The second one for the SLT, yes, we did mention how many numbers of SLT that need to be fulfilled for each of the stages of the engineering education. All right, and another one, it's more on the CQI. All right. Okay, so okay. All right, so this is actually the the council of the, the EAD, okay, EAD, which is answerable to the BEM, okay, and the director is under EAD, Engineering Accreditation Departments, which consists of the council of the EAC and also the council of the ETAC. All right, so part of it, we have the associate directors as well, who are responsible to revise any standard, okay, to make a group discussion, all right, to ensure that our students, okay, it will not left behind as what that we have as an international recognition. Okay, all right, so this is actually the flow chart on how the accreditation has been conducted. Okay, so whatever it is, it needs to go to our MQA. All right, even though we are the professional, we have the professional bodies for each of the engineering education. All right, but whatever it is, we have to go to our parents, which is the MQA. All right, so from MQA, it will fall to the EAD, either is ETAC or either is EAC. All right, so the EAC and ETAC are committed to uphold the highest quality of engineering education accreditation and to the continual improvement of the respective standard. Currently, we have 12 POs, or what we call as the graduate attributes, currently. Okay, but we are going to revise that to next year, 1st April 2024. Okay, it's going to be the 11 POs, okay, which coincides with the IEA graduate attributes version 4 2021. All right, so in terms of the assessment, okay, it has to be well planned, okay, because it's well designed from the PO to the outcome, okay, and not only outcome, but to the CQI itself. All right, so with that, thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for listening to Professor Dr. Azura. I realize that everything is very important and is very knowledge for me. Now please verify to reach Professor Dr. Zalika Abdul Hadi by time that we hope that Oxida is there.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I may start, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I will share my screen first.
ไม่ขึ้นอ่ะแล้วเขาไม่เหลือซูมอ่ะเขาอยู่เมื่อกี้เขายังพูดอยู่เลยไม่อยากจะไปไหนอ่ะจริงจังมันสะกดเหรอโอเคเรียกเขาอยู่แล้วนี่ไง
Right. Yeah, may I start? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Right,
Yes,
you can see my slides? I trust you can see my slides. Okay, right. Okay, thank you very much, organizing committee, for kindly inviting me to give this talk. I think it's very important because we are looking at, from my perspective, I'm looking at the product of the program, and perhaps, you know, that would give a better perspective and insight into what needs to be injected into the program in order to make it better. And the potential role of authentic assessment really fascinates me. It is truly what we should be targeting in order to make the program a useful one for the products of the program when they come out to work. There are lots of challenges and opportunities for preparing job-ready graduates through authentic assessment practices, particularly in clinical medicine. Some of the challenges include resource intensiveness, the complexity of the assessment design, and the need for standardization and consistency of those assessment. Faculty training and development is also another issue which may be contributing to some resistance to change among the lecturers who manage the program. And integration of this assessment with the curriculum is of utmost importance. There are opportunities that are that should be used in order to produce a program which is the best fit in order to produce graduates that can become good housemen. For example, skill development alignment is best through authentic assessment practices because it's got real world relevance. And with regard to employer recognition and validation, perhaps at this point in time where housemen are concerned, we're not so bothered about it because they get 100% employment. But as they progress in their career, it becomes more and more important. Promotion of soft skills is something which is does not only apply to people of technical background. For example, for clinical skills, for those with who are involved in clinical practice, it is also very, very important, very vital. In fact, it may be even more important than technical skills to some extent. Authentic assessment practices enhances engagement and motivation of the undergraduates coming out of the clinical programs. It prepares them for the diverse work environments that they will face, and there is opportunity for continuous improvement and adaptation. These are some of the good practices of authentic assessment in our clinical program, which prepares the graduates for the job. For example, medical undergraduate programs are basically apprenticeship, and it should be work-based learning. And presenting of case studies, discussions on case studies and related topics are definitely relevant to what they will be facing in their career in future. And skill-based simulations as well as non-technical skill simulations are vital. And the use of portfolios and logbooks are important in order to make sure that they actually achieve what they're supposed to master before they come out as medical graduates. Interprofessional education through collaborative projects and team assessments makes for good teamwork. And problem-based assessments allows them to sharpen their problem-solving skills. And very importantly, feedback and debriefing in order for them to assess themselves reflectively. Peer assessments, 360 degrees assessment, all that are also important. Now, there are challenges in coming out with good authentic assessment in terms of standardization and consistency, recognition of credentials, assessment, design complexity is another challenge that needs to be considered. Resistance to change in the faculty members, integration with the curriculum, and in view of the growing number of medical students, scalability is also important because authentic assessment is not easy to implement. However, it is worth overcoming these challenges in order to put authentic assessment in place because of the great potential of this assessment, its impact on the graduates that are produced. For example, global competence and mobility, alignment with clinical needs, improved degree validation, and the development of perhaps universal portfolio or logbook, engagement and motivation of the students, as well as their adaptability to life after graduation and lifelong learning. There are lots of opportunities in terms of technology integration. Nowadays, there's online distance learning, extended reality, and so on. in terms of making the program that they go through meet with real world demands. Cross-border collaboration is something, this is what we're talking about today. Interprofessional education is important. The focus on soft skills and learning need to be personalized as well according to the students. And entrepreneurship and innovation is something that has been injected into the program for the past few years in order to improve creative thinking, risk-taking, and adaptability of graduates. There are some challenges or difficulties along the way, like rapid technological changes that are taking place now, resource constraints, resistance to change, standardized testing and assessment practices across borders, balancing the breadth and depth of the curriculum, and credential recognition, which calls for harmonizing the standards that we are practicing. What can the government do in terms of improving the drive towards internationalization and mobility through authentic assessment? One is policy development in support of these initiatives, funding and grants for internationalization and mobility, curriculum development towards cross-cultural competency, faculty training and development, quality assurance and accreditation, research and knowledge sharing towards best practices and guidelines, international mobility programs where not only students can be exchanged among countries, but also staff, teaching staff, and technology integration in conducting assessment, for example, conducting online examinations. Some initiatives that is already in place in Malaysia include a shift towards competency-based education, integration of technology in assessment, for example, through simulation and online exams. I wouldn't focus too much on postgraduate. It is more on the undergraduate where the challenge is. Focus on soft skills like communication, critical thinking, creativity, education, innovation, and experimentation. Teacher professional development is something that has been looked into, but a lot more needs to be done. A professional certification by MOHI is already in place, but not specific to clinical education, which is another thing we have to move ahead with. And mobility programs was quite in place previously, but it is yet to restart properly after the pandemic. There is a need for new knowledge and skills, as well as increased cooperation, which is crucial in the development and implementation of authentic assessment methods. And coupled with cooperation, it is driven by the dynamic nature of the workforce and the evolving demands of the 21st century world. Educators, industry professionals, and experts must collaborate to ensure that authentic assessments remain relevant, effective, and aligned with the skills needed for success in the ever-changing global landscape now. The interlinkage between authentic assessment with student mobility and employability revolves around the idea of providing students with diverse, practical, and real-world learning experiences. And when students engage in authentic assessment within various learning environments, especially through mobility programs, they acquire transferable skills that significantly contribute to their employability in a dynamic and global job market. Because we should not be talking about just preparing our students for the local job market. In the long run, they would be penetrating the global job market as well. Now, with all that in place, it's easy to talk about the theory behind it. In my position now, I'm looking backwards through the tunnel. looking for causes of houseman anxiety, extension of their postings and all that because of difficulty to adjust, to adapt to their environment, and houseman ignorance. There was one report where housemen expressed their anxiety, and one of the sources of the anxiety was that they were not truly cognizant of what is expected of them, what is the job scope of the houseman. I have questions regarding our undergraduate curriculum from my perspective as a housemanship training standard setter, because that's what we are doing at the moment, setting the standard for housemanship training for the whole country. Do we really have a future-ready curriculum? Are we truly training our medical undergraduates to fit the shoes of a houseman? Despite the sophistication of our curriculum documentation, are we severely lacking an important element? Are we actually practicing authentic assessment? And were we better in the past compared to now? And these are some issues related to the source of houseman anxiety. What do we mean by future-ready curriculum? Are we actually talking about a curriculum which prepares our students for the job? Or are we merely talking about a sophisticated sounding curriculum involving AI, virtual reality, etc.? We expect elaborate one example, just a simple example, is that we expect elaborate history taking over an hour from them in the final clinical examination. We give them 1 hour to clock the patient and then present to us over half an hour. But in real life, what we expect of them is to take a focused short history as a houseman over 10 minutes and present over 5 minutes. Is that fair? Do we need them to know high-tech artificial intelligence, or do we actually need them to master the basic skills of writing in the patient's file? If the latter is what we expect, why are we not putting that into an authentic assessment format? Undergraduates now are rarely given the task of real phlebotomy, for example, suturing, assisting in surgery, and effective communication, for example, making case referrals. Yet they are expected to do exactly those things in the first week of housemanship. In the past, looking back at my experience as houseman before and those of my peers, as medical undergraduates, we were actually writing in real patients' files. We were assigned to do regular phlebotomy in the wards. We were given a roster. Okay, today you've got to take bloods from this particular cubicle, all the patients here. You know, we've got to go around doing it, assisting actually the houseman in the ward. We assisted in real surgery, even assisting consultants doing surgery, let alone medical officers. But now is that happening? I would say that these are things which are authentic that we have to assess. Perhaps not so much BDCX and case-based discussion and all that. So with that, I thank you, and perhaps that could be some of the sources of discussion in our Q&A. Thank you.
All right, actually we have here today through Q&A connection, I have the honor of having Dr. Emily Ezra from University of North Korea. And please welcome Dr. Nur Azra and Dr. Azra to answer all the questions. We will open the floor for Q&A section where you can engage with our esteemed speaker. And please feel free to submit your question via the chat for our virtual audience, and use the microphones for those in the room.
So thank you very much for the presentation, for 3 minutes presentation. So now we can start with the question. So if you have some questions, just we are monitoring the chat maybe.
For the rest of the life, the challenge of being people education in Malaysia to be high education. To be high education. What's the challenge of being improved education in Malaysia to be high education? University. What are the challenge? Our education to become high education. High education. Okay. All right. See, the sound is like pretty good. Okay, so to answer my question, all right. So what are the challenges? I think the challenges towards high quality education in Malaysia is looking at how the university, how they practice. I mean, we go back to the instructors and lecturers as well as the program itself. Because as I represent the ministry always support. Okay, we do support whatever initiative initiated by the university. Okay, and then we encourage the universities, the program to propose new programs, new assessment methods, and so on. We also encourage the action research to be done within the program or courses. Okay, so to make sure that the programs, the quality of programs or assessment, especially, it goes back to how the assessment needs to be implemented within the program. And then increase some intervention. I think involving the program by the university. So will be there will be steps to change. I think we do the university itself, with the program itself, and by the instructor themselves. Because when they need to change, for example, right, like I mentioned earlier, the final exam. Some lecturers think that they need to do the final exam. Whereas if they don't have the final exam, but they have an alternative assessment, it will be good. When we match with their program really are, it should be. But the mindset of the instructor is quite hard to be implemented to get them to change in terms of looking at how they assess, how they evaluate their students. I think that is the main challenges to make sure that the program and excellence and assessment will be a high quality. Thank you. Okay, let me add a little bit. All right. So it's actually when it comes to the quality in teaching, the quality in education, with regard to the PhD,
But if I were to be circle is a plan you shape and light. So how this circle has been implemented in the program itself. So I think one of it, if the quality of the education is high, it's been recognized by the another level security. For example, engineering with others in the part, and so speed and finance in the part. Whether it's how shoes and our quality is at par with the country which is in that mathematics in the right. So whatever it makes me try to university, try to education, right? How quality is implemented in implementation in the program. Okay, so let's see. I think all the information will get internationally within the country. Right, so thank you.
So
Yes, may I answer as well? Yeah. Right. In order to improve higher education in Malaysia, I think you've got the answer there, the authentic assessment. I was fascinated when I saw that topic, and I said, yes, that's what we should be aiming for, you know. And I think the first speaker just now brought up a very pertinent point about, for example, in TVET, in technical fields, perhaps you should bring the industry to come in to assess what your students are doing, rather than, you know, you assess from inside. That external input is so important. And similarly in medicine, as I've questioned at the end of my talk just now, I think there's lots of improvement that we need in terms of actually making the students go through what they will be truly going through during the early part of their career once they graduate, you know. Lots of engagement with them about what the real world actually is about, and also giving them tasks that are similar to what they will be shouldering when they graduate as housemen. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Dr. CALOHEA, and one submission of the comment. I noticed that when it's talking about quality of education, one, there are many countries in the university that we look for, but one very important is the quality of the academics. And I noticed that now all of us have gone to schools and universities, and we know that some people very good in that topic, and we like to listen to them. But in Malaysia case, quite a number of the good lecturers or lecturers, they have to retire at the age of 60. We are very good lecturers. Why don't we think of ways to retain them? Maybe, you know, they don't do administrative thing, but we continue lecturing in the topics that they are good at, and we are able to bring value to the country. So maybe this is something that Ministry of Higher Education can look at.
Thank you. All universities and all the universities to avoid any retired professors, honorary professors in the university, and they have these intentions. And in these intentions, they are how they appoint the lecturers, the professors, people are whether they are to research or obviously on academics, only on teaching academics. So it is up to the lecturers, the professors, and the university to form the lecturers. We have no
These encourage the university to appoint very highly experts. So, yes, it is currently I think it's all university, but it's up to the university to choose their products. Yeah. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to invite the Academic Azima to present certificates to our speakers. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Adida Famuzian. Associate Professor IR Dr. Nazura Muhammad Gunari. All right, thank you so much. After this session, we'll invite you to join us for a well-dressed coffee break to continue the discussion. We are really hope that you can come back into this room by 12 to the second dialogue session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the coffee break time. We don't have it for our country. So the coffee break will be held at Central so you can by 12 p.m. Thank you very much. Sorry for the time machine. Thank you.
Oh, masih ada masih tapi belum. Nampak lah suara. Nggak tak tapi kita kena harus masuk. Okay. Nak tes ni. Yes. For Satu ni, mahfud. Mahfud tu kan? Mahfud. Lagi, cakap lagi. The volume is okay, but if I don't know what needs to say. Sometimes it feels
Check 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Check 2. Check 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Okay. So, check 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1. Check mic 1. Test. Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Check 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Basically, 1, 2, 3, and then
So, here, check out. Check my on. Check out. 2 hours, couple word here. Test big one. 2 hours, couple word here. 1, 2. 1, 2 word here. 2 word here. 1 here. 2 hours, 2 word here. 2 hours, 2 word here. 1, 2, check 1 here. 2 hours, 2 word here. Check 1 here. 2 hours, 2. That's my one, two. She wants to be your hero. She wants to be your hero. No one. Halo, halo, halo. Halo, cek one, two. Clear. 1, 2, 3. Nah, 2, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 2, 3. Check mic 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2.
Three, 1, 2, 3. Three, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Bukan tanya. Okay. Okay. Okay.
This one. Only this one. Only this one. This one? Buat ni. Nanti. Cakap.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Ujian suara. Ni main daripada mic. Banyak-banyak. Selamat datang.
So this section is
2 kot. 1. Ke 12. Tapi tak apa. Daripada laptop is okay. Pampan. After this, all the speaker must here. Or need to come to need to present it. Oh, still need here. So okay. Sarah, tak lagi kena sini juga. Dia ada slide nak present. Speaker. Lagi masuk ni mesti cakap sana, city speaker kat sini, bukan kat situ. Saya balik. Sana bau. Dia ada speaker nak cakap, ada presentation. Got presentation, right? Yes. After this, got presentation from here. Okay. Bila Q&A dia pakai depan. Yeah. One, mai dah.
On.
Go, one, go, one. Tu mic laptop.
Sat, ni Zoom pun tak buka ni.
Itulah dia extend. Pan. Come. Pan. See your laptop. You make it extend. We cannot find the Zoom. Yeah, so
Yeah, I want to take Zoom.
Zoom punya audio. You want to test the Zoom punya mic? Right, turn off. Can you on the Zoom here? Dia extended je. Just mute, mute. Dia tak mau mute. Si Wan nak tengok ni. Suara 1, 2, 3. Hujan suara 1, 2, 3.
Cordless. Try cordless.
Cordless yang tak okey tak cordless. Testing.
Ada?
Ada tapi suara tak clear. Mana clear? Oh, testing.
Okay tu? Kak, kenapa duduk juga? Oh,
Dia pakai wire je lah tadi. Pakai wire dah. Okay. Okay lah. Tak lah ni wire kita dah hukai lah. Wire je lah.
okay lah, juga okay. Try lah.
Ni. Cakap siapa pakai wireless?
Testing.
MC cakap siapa? Pakai wireless.
Hello, everyone. Are you still okay? Struggle and everyone.
Tak payah balik lah. Saya nak balik yang sini. Ya. Kira-kira tak ada start balik dengan hari tak? Okey tak? Sikit tak siapa lah. Rakyat boleh dengar tak dulu. Alah, ni mana tu? Cukup. Relax bapa, relax. Sangat tak clear tadi. Maybe lah. Dia punya mic cukup boleh. Bapak sini lah. Semua you. Wireless tak sini lah. Ini bapak yang mana orang supaya kasi. What? Already okay the wireless mic. Just leave it on the TV. I scared better happen again. So we better use the wire. Can they can put okay. Huh? So kita sini tidak. So sekali boleh. Sakit tak okay lah you. Bisa sejajar. Scared you are. Jangan bohong. Jangan bohong. Kena bateri check. Hari ni pick up lah. Dia tak okey lah mic dia. Tapi dia kata mic dia tak ada mic. Kalau mic show okey lah. Tak apa, tak apa show lah. Jangan tinggi. Jangan tinggi. Siwan.
Oh, tak ada semayang. Apa yang ada lah? Ada. Ni selalu ni tes. Pak. Apa lu buat?
Problem lagi. Okay dah Pak, okay dah. Kita balik. Simpan mic, simpan mic. Oh, my laptop. Oh, my laptop. Okay dah.
Satu, dua, tiga.
in 10 weeks and engage in master degree in psychiatry and educational management and a doctoral degree in psychiatry and educational education from University Design Learning Center. So now, please welcome interested Dr. Anne Learning Suryaj again. Then command control the slides in the light of project. Thank you so much.
I prefer to walk about. I don't like the podium. No, I don't like the podium. Okay, yes. I like to walk about. But we don't have a clicker. It's okay. Never mind. I will control from here. You can click on here. Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait, that's cute. Can see the decoration?
All right.
Very warming to all series, diverse progressively and very good. You taking the information, implementing, operating website in the context of, already on the context of small and even hiring and development in something wrong, communication. And to the final which is and how one use teaching six the surprisingly creating development and complexity. Right? Because whatever it is, authentic development is there. Right?
Okay. Do I express? Just a moment, please. Right. Okay.
Okay, everyone, I'll be team. Now, the slides, but I'm trying to give 10 minutes. All right, also, questions, yes, yes, all right. We know she's going to have. We know PKC, we know environmental learning is a treatment development. All right, and in the people for evaluation. Looking at that, oh, I have to have. What are you for that? Cool. I'm in part games. Now, this. One of the there are things people will work for people thinking and we all know that. Alright. And most of us are very students in this education, very students in the SILA for a job that we kind of imagine how it will be like in the coming year. We no idea. Or I would say all of us are clueless. Alright. But we do know that the education landscape is changing, evolving, and soft skill is a mandatory. Okay, you can learn these aspects. And if we think that authentic assessment is a future assessment, we are actually wrong. Authentic assessment is a okay. We cannot imagine how a future assessment would look like, even though there are quite principles in future assessment. Secure attainment, accessibility, visual to allow creation. Right. So very much authenticity. There are some challenges. And these challenges
No. Yes. Yes, that's already. Okay. Let me try to click for you. Yeah. You see? Right. Okay. Yes, I click for you. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. So this is the one? Yes. Oh, you keep speaking. Okay, right.
okay. So as I said, the first scenario, the first scenario is that signature materials in future and finalize. Not much can imagine. And you sure side school the skill you're trying to friends to find. Nobody has the flow, despite all the expenses that's been incurred in the past. According to what the law was not divided, can the cost of untraveled on this new balances. 100%. This is what's what I control. So, I'm telling you, this is the some of the change of different that all of us know of. Alright, okay, machine learning, diverse learning, which means the remote, it doesn't reply words and report. When we tell you, okay, I click for this. Which means investing. Which means learning that's all. There is a fact. Learning that's all. You all know that. Alright? Okay. Yes. Okay, so this kind of assessment, you think for future testing or the present stress. That's not present and present. But most of us think, sorry, not most of us, many outside school might think this future testing. This actually I mean. Alright, next slide. Okay, so a big historical trait. How the authentic assessment come to be? Okay. First one by Grant Davis. He calls him a true text. Okay, why a true text? Requires students to demonstrate deep understanding, meaning the assessment should be able to illustrate the kind of thinking we expect the practitioners to experience. That is the real definition of authentic assessment. Okay, it must reflect real life context. Okay, so the immediate reality there, as I was highlighting to you, what worked in the 20th century will not work in the 21st century. Alright? Why? Okay, the younger people are to quality skills. And the youth in those countries are more likely to be on track compared to the less wealthy countries. Trying to meet education commitment by 2030. We actually on track. You get between one piece learn at school with one section of graduates, undergraduates. Alright? And then we all know the economic order, the top 5 skills. Complex problem solving, thinking, creativity, people management, and coordinating with others. Right? Something that kind of because most students read our mental mathematics and future education, basic education, which our future. Global citizenship. But if you look carefully, there's element of working together with people, collaboration, teamwork. That's vital. This is where I feel is like a very shiny. What I call the past, when we focus on the human and all that, with the future, which is digital. Okay, we cannot expect people to be too much into what do you call technology savvy. Yes, we want people who are very much into technology, but there's this element of empathy involved. Alright, okay, next slide. The top these things, I think you all know about this. Next slide. Okay, so the reality is that authentic assessment is here to say we are looking at global citizenship for our undergraduates. There's employability, and these are 3 different types of employability skills required. So this is the reality. Okay, this is here to stay. Okay, so what it takes, the challenges. To be able to how many more minutes left to go?
5 more.
How many okay. I want result. Investment. Next slide, then but the challenges, okay, so you the challenges itself within it and raise the capabilities. Why do I say that? Okay, when you do authentic assessment, we're looking at what students' performance. So, our aim we're looking at a multifaceted scoring system. We're looking at student self-assessment and also peer assessment as part of authentic assessment. To what extent we are able to let's say get better educated standard generally. To what extent we are able to implement peer and self-assessment with high language ability. Right? And to what extent the educator's professional judgment can be incorporated moderation so that the marks, the scores given are not biased or is actually accurate. So this itself, the judges itself are telling you, even when we claim we are doing we are implementing authentic assessment, this picture needs to be in place. Okay, so for that, educators need to have a designer's eye. Now, the way I look at it, at a time when higher order PPC came into place, there were some teething issues. I would like to liken that to authentic assessment to a certain extent when it comes to implementation. Alright? Because when we design authentic assessment and when implementing it, we need to have, let's be again, generally all educated. Alright? Then we have the mindset of being able to at the assessment that is designed. For that, to what extent educators are being receptive. This is one challenge. Alright, that's one. Okay, also. Okay. This has been proven that when there's lack of controlling given, there are complications. But in the British education system, they have found that when some given full they are able to exam and implement alternative assessment successfully. So now the next issue is how much of storage how much can we trust the evidence because when we give the economy is it being improperly used in that sense. Okay? Alright, next one. Okay, so are our educators ready? Prepare. Concurrent training is needed in developing the assessments, in developing the scoring, in for the educators to come together and collaborate and create and look at each other's work and critically make it better. What extent workflow affects the implementation? The kind of interference, especially when some of us may be taken out of our office. To what extent standardization comes into place? And when we do authentic assessment, we cannot run away from feedback. So when we talk about feedback, this is just merely feedback, or of course, quality of feedback matters more. And continuous monitoring. Okay, whenever we talk about authentic assessment, there needs to be continuous monitoring with quality feedback. And also, there must be certain extent, some kind of flexibility given to the student control. And sometimes there could be interference in the form of changes in the organizational leadership or even sometimes in policies. Right? Okay, next slide. Okay, so that is the perception and so here's the extent, but also reality at least. In some countries it was found to be effective. Okay, this has been trial and tried at schools. Okay, what happened? In Queensland, the new basic curriculum was aligned to reproductive pedagogy that rich class, fancy class. And it was found that the use of rich class and teacher moderated judgment of student work have become exemplary assessment. So much so that applauded by the educators, researchers, and course policymakers. So the two keywords, authentic class, and of course, teacher moderated judgments. Okay, it's not one mention. Right? Okay, next one. Okay, so what is the solution? We know that authentic assessment is here, is present. We have seen the reality. So now, one possible solution would be, of course, training. Okay? Training, and it should be large scale training. We cannot expect educators to pick up by themselves. Alright? So I will propose this. There are 9 criteria for assessing the quality of teacher assessment plan. We look at depth of knowledge, knowledge criticism, knowledge verification, sustained writing, clarity, connecting to the real world, supporting task training, student control, performance, standards. And to assess student quality work, the rubric needs to include depth of knowledge, knowledge criticism, knowledge verification, sustained writing, quality of student writing, and connecting to the real world. Okay, I apologize because I can really quickly run through all this in a given 10 minutes. And on top of that, I should apply to catch. I apologize. I thought the end by 12 o'clock. So I'm actually running going to unfolding quite quickly. So I really have to apologize. Okay, now lastly, when you for the future assessment, this is how future assessment will look like. What I'm trying to say is that authentic assessment for future assessment is present. Alright, it's present and we need to work on it. Future assessment, certain clarity just now. It contains elements aspects of continuous, secure, appropriate, automated, accessible, authentic. Okay, and this is how the future school will look like. The role of future school will look like. So the conclusion I'm trying to make is that let's take our handphone. We have actually our handphone gets for all other purposes except make a phone call. Agree? Yes. How many of us actually use our phones to make phone calls and how regularly? But we use our phone virtually every day. We cannot leave our house without a handphone. Even for a school or lectures attendance, we need handphone. We don't have a handphone, we have to go back and come back again. That's how I look at schools now. Schools will be transformed. In fact, conferences, seminars, all will be transformed. It's no longer visible. I can in my kitchen wearing my nightgown. Okay. Handling my cooking, handling my class, attending all my classes, and then at the 12th week, I can be having my assessment in my living room without compromising reliability and validity of my results because of proctoring. That's how I imagine education assessment will look like. So at that time, even authentic assessment could be considered stale, could be considered traditional assessment. But to get us moving, we need to start the authentic assessment now, despite the so-called big challenges, which are not challenges. To me, these are minor features that you will overcome in time. But that's the point I'm trying to say. Alright? So I think my 10 minutes is up. Thank you very much. Again, I would like to apologize if if I have to run too very quickly, but the core of my message is what I have to register. All right, and I hope it will be accepted, it will be digested, and with that, I would like to thank all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great and meaningful respected and study about our picture of this man. Say my other. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, our speaker, we have Dr. Isir, the Gold Lecture, as Director and PIU of Companies. Yeah, here the Gold Lecture, the picture of each of them, still from the 86 and from in 1994. Finally, we reached a level of keeping companies and business involved in the administration, management, and sales of the globe. These are the methods that law itself.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak the and so let's quickly go into the presentation slides. The first one, please. Now, I want to talk to you about three things. One is the present engineering education in Malaysia, and second thing is also how we from the industry, engineers from the industry, can help in engineering education. We are not having you to meet the okay, so these are the third one is let's say how practicing engineers can involve in education. Next, please. So the present moment, in terms of Malaysian education, engineering education, so next speaker, something to on the right. Yeah, English, yes. And for who, right, similarly, Malaysia is includes European line, and we have all these countries here. There are 20 something of them. Next. And in Malaysia, we follow the engineering program accreditation standard 2020. Coming is 2024. Launched 1st of April. Right? So some of the things that the IHL or university must do to follow what is written there. Next. So the outcomes are 12 of that. I think that 12 of this is from the standard. Next. And what we feel that few items here, we think that it's important that we get involved. So we have this staff registered with professional engineer. And the requirement 30% of the program lecturers academics must be professional engineer. Professional engineer is professionals who are exposed to the industry. Okay. We think that IDT integrated design projects only projects involve industrial training. Right. Yes. So
How about the institute?
what is the opportunity?
Interesting that this is
Now,
here doesn't work. So funny.
we are involved in the we know what we hope that the university and college engineer schedules we are able to quickly do the job, and don't need to pass showing that again. Of course, we will pass that, but certain things that the university can do cannot be done. Has to be together with the industry
So we will complement that. Then practicing engineers want to get involved with some of those few items here. You have to choose. You have to choose experienced and committed, relevant practicing engineers to help you, but it may be a task because a lot of us we are all out to make money. We do not have time or see. You know, we have always zero time. We have to work together with the lecturers. Lecturers look at their own difficulty. They have a number of lecture hours and students exam. You know, then the students won't come and listen to you. All these things we have to work together with the lecturer. Right? Next. Number three, lecturers have to work out details with the PC practicing engineer. And number four, normally practicing engineers like us, we are willing to come in to assist, but the university must approach us. Right? You must invite us, or else we don't know what we want. You know, you must tell us what you want, then we will come in to assist you. And a lot of times, some people that some of the course that you're teaching, say for example engineering, talking about foundation engineering, no, the lecturer will teach all the Rupa engineering. Will reach from the practice and just to we can give you a real life experience, what kind of method of foundation, and we can build the interest
ทำไมเธอคลิกให้เขาไม่ได้อะ
among everyone.
ทำหน้าเหมือนตอนนั้นแต่คลิกไม่ได้
Right? Contact is university doing like that. And so the students will feel like, oh, and this is differently. Okay, next. So practicing engineers involvement in the university, there are a few of these here. Number one is industrial training for students. This is a requirement in Malaysia. They are supposed to come into the industry for 8 weeks, and we will expose to them. This is just the exposure. Number two, industry visit. This is simply voluntary. The lecturers and the university should organize. We from the industry will provide the industrial visit. We will bring them to our industry. Then final year integrated projects. Well, this is organized by the lecturers. There are 4 or 5 students in a group and they do different things. And normally the task of the evaluator are lecturer. But like what Dr. Iman was saying, came from the industry to be the evaluator. We will help. We are able to see what are the things that we should be able to do. How can you accelerate in this 5 minutes of break without any stuff but student feedback? So we are able to help the students. Next, sorry. Lecturer, yes, lecturer. Then industry advisory panel. Engineering programs is a requirement by our engineering standard. We need IAP 3 to 5 each program. So in the IAP for US. Then also we can participate as a EAC Engineering Acquisition Council panel evaluator. Okay? Can be involved in consultancy and of course research. So these are the links that the practicing engineers from the industry can assist the industry. Next. So see the topic. I can't see the topic on top there.
เอ๊ะมันก็คลิกไปเลยวะ
Since
มันเป็นคนจังหวะ
this is talking about industrial training. Yeah, industrial training is a requirement of 8 weeks. Okay, next.
คนเอาเขาสมัย
So when the students come to the industry, you know, they so we want the students to train one at least that they can market for. We don't want students to come in, training, come in, just focus and give coding drawings. No, we want them to expose in real life engineering. So we have a checklist. Okay. Next. Okay, the following some of the this is industrial training, then we bring them to the site, we tell them what to look for. Next. So industrial training again, this is Toyohashi University of Technology. So Japanese comes from you train. Next. So industrial visit, we also encourage students to come to our workplace of the engineers, show them how they can do what they are supposed to do. So this is a polytechnic student as well. So this is the industrial visit conducted by BSN and lecturer from I. Every year we bring is a final year project students to visit the site together with the elements in the final year project. We tell them or tell the students what is the expected. Next. So this is an integrated design project. This is the UITM plan where the students presentation, they do all the work. And so happens they invited me and so I can see that the students are some evaluated from the industry performance. It's quite the best. Next. So this is the guest speakers to the university. Next. So IAT, yeah, IAT panel. Next. So this is we visit the university every year, at least once a year. And the certain university they really know how to make full use of the IAT. Right? And some universities where I noticed they just invite us 1 year once. Some they invite us a lot of things and we want to participate. The IHR must let us know what require of us. Next. So evaluation panel, we go to the university, 3 evaluators, one from the academic, one from the industry, and one of industry or next. So this is the ESD accreditation. We say anything but a lot of criteria. This one is laboratory. Next. So in conclusion, academic assessment definitely can case. And it's very important. It's demanding of life. Practicing engineers and university must continue working together for advancement of our engineering education. If you just take the industrial engineers out like us, then your whatever you produce, what your students will come up may not be relevant. We have to work together. So practicing engineers are able and willingly complement the needs of the university provided in the academic assessment. So that's all of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ratu, for letting us part of settlement of exercise and as well as its challenges in engineering application. Okay, so next is our first speaker, Mario. He's a Mario being people with Simon. He is a 3-year medical student, so said UC San Station, Southwest.
Yes. You want this. You just a moment.
So,
When we look outside, we find the youngest people really. Maybe is there anyone 24? Yeah. Find it. So, yeah, something that's awesome. Okay, so all the theaters to the weddings, so yeah. So, actually, I was at the okay, so it's kind of less kind of from the latest ones. So I think I have only like out of the many ideas. So I'm pretty money more now. So yeah, basically, so yeah. So okay, next. So okay, so this is the young all your heads. It's like a lot of either of me along the experience finance and medical and a lot of what I'm doing currently and before it. So this is the phenomena in this. Oh, we are you know, correct. I think I want to be include and it's where I'm looking right now. I think the heart of Malaysia. I mean, it's of woman really community, very community members. And I think where I already members with the left members, like, okay, so the attacks. And
Then
so, why we
have the
all the it means share all my go through my oh, so this is me. It's not from me. Okay, so like I say, I will use my brothers and sisters. So my is I will create a piece of living as a woman with the suit. Yes, and computers and from guidance how to solve or how to become the part of the one for the users. Before I read like virus, first time I think I live in the already let's it's all the job. Well, it's get our wife the one is in Malaysia. She was our military of woman military of the it was mostly useful in I as a special student. I looking the London issue, meetings and all the sectors. So yeah, and that's what we can make sense. So yeah, let's start about our topic today. We will complete the connections. So I'm from the student, I'm from the essence. So this is what my our framework from the essence that I would like to be. According to all the nonsense. Students is scientific models in which they see a lot of our medical school modules. And as you can see, first in Telco, active Telco to the military. In all that, I'm the military, in so many he is learning and inspired and community. So all these things is integrated here. In fact, when needs you go through 5 years of training, I don't actually know schedule for 5 years. How we implement it into our life. So it's not something it's kind of amazing. What it's not it's currently like a module for the federal output the next the soil everything. That is like once the become like Keva is stand for like powerful very for okay. So on the right side is let's just have stand for policy. And that is and after all the 5 years outside India we all really nothing outside. If you like small crowd, we call it attention. Every it's in case of like with ground price. The is showing how you are how what's your powers during the 5 years of resigning. But I said actually yes, this is okay, so it's 5 years our middle 5 years along the various So as you can see, there are two phase. There is one phase two. So for phase one, it's called as you guys and again all the all the lecture we go through. First ends it's more to the your best and events. It's more like you are basic before you go to the practical or clinical techniques. So even when you get all the core everything and after doing we are going to set into the different scales. We are going to do all the way from the end final state. So and yeah, until year four, it's like we finish everything, but the next week until in 5 years, it means year five. It makes sure what back to 45, you are become the shape of the before it dogs. Later on, I will show you. People have said, okay, it's like, oh, it's okay, okay. So we go back. Okay. We actually have all the things called FFO, we have installed a check of switching products. Because in finance, we are becoming the check of we are learning how to manage patient fees provided by the developers. It is such a good opportunity for finance. We can learn to manage like to become a real anyhow one weekend we will survive I mean not then we can like become very regular doctors to very students to become a very doctors. Okay, so that's what I meant to this question. Now, okay, so next. So we go to the what are the challenges for the ready graduate students. So yes, so as we know, a lot of industries, they just focus solely on relative activities. For example, English when I think there's a lot there update with the list of the listed and product and cost of the students in Malaysia and open in Malaysia. And on the other side, some in economics will become in life expectancy. But this solution is like one for one is in the US. Okay, all right. But we can see that the opportunity that very instant, but with the I mean the job opportunity for the all the fresh graduated medical students. So I like going start from the beginning our Ministry of Health. In 2021, the ratio is 1 to 420. The ratio is quite large because when they commented by the WHO, you can see a bit on the right side. Okay, I think 1 to 200 is the ratio. And if you compare, it's still not enough. Because if one equality is the ratio with the comparative comparisons, it's not the case. Next last step is it showing that we have not had enough doctors and the benefit. So yeah, so maybe sure. Okay, so we go to next and go fast.
Yes, please.
So yeah. So like I say, this is a challenge we are facing right now. And what's this? How it was as a fresh graduate, how you was securing the presence of ready graduates? Because among this for my race, there's around 300,000 of fresh graduated educated students. But it's not that's one like ready person for them. Even like for example myself, I only graduated I really with a lot of time periods gets placement by our Minister of Health. It's it's like why I receive waiting if we are not enough doctor, right? So that's the challenge. The second is the burden of workload and surviving salary. Yeah, we talking about money, we talking about the pension, everything. I am still a young fresh graduate, so I'm not facing problems yet. But what happened for my seniors is the patient evidence is previously evidence. So with the doctor getting better, you can imagine that how our healthcare system is interesting right now. With the burden of patient, with the long time patient waiting behind the settings. And what I was, and I hope that this will help me see and quite best solution for it. Okay, what's the time? Okay, we will go here. Just the last. Yeah, okay. The thought is a very environment very question. And also this is our taxi as we mentioned by all the nation. Patient is our taxi. We record environment and a good taxi good consumer creation, the maintain whatever is the regulation with our patient. You don't see how the legal side everything. So so it's environment play a crucial role for us to become really graduate students. Okay, so okay, so undergraduate student is more than we think because, for example, then on the right side is where I joined physical compliance or surgical competitions. It is we are friends, we are competing for like in swimming, in surgery, etc. And that is the way I'm doing the indirect direct copy. So, like I say, if the article is good, we prepare by the university or by the government. English is like preparation for us to become already graduated to face out when we are becoming the household or become the anyways to for our work environments. So yeah, it's your class. Okay, so let's say I'm studying my office. So then this is depends no problems very good. What I'm saying so uh in which remaining comprehensive professionalism in practical will become a better overall performance. For example, when you are already learn or you already experience how to solve it. When you going into the consultancy or when you any practicals, you already have the best knowledge you can directly or without the collect, they already have way of solving it. Yeah. Okay, so this is what the intervention has been run by our USM medical school. So here, I put up a picture against the with our DDA for our so this is a this is called as Pfizer DNN. It is under DNN is a treatment for all the medical science for the so in which you can see like the real organ, the real the all the pathological, pathological tests, the thing you can imagine this is a better environment and better learning space for the users to test. Okay, this is it's just this is just it's just last this year. And it's also the iteration by our medical students. We already have a high focus exam and for your own communication. This is our first time we having this kind of the posting. And it's also the pharmacology posting observer side. I think compared with all the schools outside other areas, they're still not having this posting, but we are the first one to have the radio, high focus, and also pharmacological posting. So let's see. Addressing the unpresentable universities by we need the assessment by here what the students want and this and accommodate them. Why? By taking this point because before this, like I like that I'm not having run through the running scheme or uh of English. I miss one of the best part in why I'm studying my language for the duration of the household stay on. It's like all I do already have religious, that's already gone through everything. But I think it's in here. So that's what I want to hear voice. So this is the last having a diverse engagement. This is the first step for everything. So yeah, it's all my match. That's what I do when switching on my business with my the and the last one next. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, so the last one is what the student wants, what the voice please hear me and take it as granted for us for ourselves for the for the students.
So thank you.
Thank you and congratulations to the Mario. Jadi very hebat, hebat di Indonesia, hebat di Indonesia and English is great, fantastic, marvelous. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to in Q&A session. We have and receivers. So any questions from what's here?
Thank you very much, because it's really a shame that that's so time. You know, so the first panel, we want to say, second panel. We hope that we'll have a several elections, but if we get something between really now, like we share in all, I know that I take one question home.
It's so my first particular example. What I will mention about the industry and university partnership and collaborations, and you always mention about we need to request, you know, right? To facilitate all that. How about the outdoor kind of collaboration? I mean that without request, the industry comes to the university. What do you think? How can we promote that? Okay, yeah, but industry, the problem is, industry, you don't know what you want. For me, I know what you want. I approach USF, UIPN, those are the university and the industry advisor. You know, even polytechnics, I know what they want. I approach them. For me, I want to contribute back to the engineering ability. But for my other fellow colleagues in the industry, you do not have to work. So the best is notice you make a growth. Sometimes the need to be patient. Sometimes we just go down in one because of A, who are not available. Then another thing is the university must choose the right speaker. There are a lot of speakers outside. They are involved. They like to talk nonsense a lot. Now they like to say that experience this may not be relevant. You have to tell them specifically, well, my student is following these groups. Then they go. So I think before the talk or before the invitation, there must be a mutual agreement. Whatever is something one, I still want to say one, right? Okay, so I guess have a kind of that nature and that's the thing of investing involved with the university. How do you see the security in the real context? Because you say that the state all investing involved, so that's a very global. Yes, but you see that in the real practice, all the already there will be the figure. I don't have the figure, but to me, I look at it, it's very little. Yes. I think both of us agree. And we want to do more. We really want to do more. Because I personally feel that this is really advantageous to the education. Right? So I'm here to promote this. I've given a similar talk to the institution of engineers, telling them that well, we in the practicing engineers, we need to go back. We need to go back and contribute back to our work engineering. They agree, but how to go? You need to organize. I know how to go. I'm good at civil engineering. I can really talk about civil, talk about mechanical, electrical. There's so many. So I really promote this. I hope that this thing will be on the, I see in the tingling within councils. There's one of the leaders from the industry and another one with the silver. Yung mga sila so becomes nama how unique sila yang means kemudian to what extent do you think we need to listen information so every student wants the student wants is we can take it or we can just leave it but most of the students, I think current students, they are very smart, they are very intelligent, problem solvers. Especially in for example, you know, robotic and natural. I think this like this. It's a new intervention of the set, and we learn before from there. Our seniors that facing difficulty during Christmas, they can very lucky very these other things. So from there, why I say the student voice is very crucial because not just about academics. Context is about welfare, about the issues. So students especially as the management said not having all of those things. So with a good discussion with the management, the student is the best solution for anything. That's how I would like to be the power. So that answer because we more. It's got some photographs. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Q&A session. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the master which for certificate statement of speaker. Please welcome the instead of the rotate shop. And the body won't be Thank you, Maria. We would like to thank to all of you for the delay of our lunch. Okay. So our lunch is from 1:13 p.m. to 2 p.m. So for the next session at 2 p.m., we'll be in second floor. The computer engineering, the next coming crowd in auditorium here. And for education in meeting room 1 and for medicine in meeting room 2. And for all friends, please join us in the breakout room provided. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
Tak nampak lah saya depan tu. Tarik sini kat ni. Tarik sini.
Cakap tengok, cakap tengok. Cakap masuk kan? Okay. Masuk dah. Sana. Masuk dah. Tapi yang ni AMD. Dari itu. Masuk. Tapi saya cakap memang cakap dia tak, saya tak. Okay, cakap. Lambat. Letak kat mic ni. Mic ni. Kalau saya tutup.